Sal Rachel. Soul Integration. This is my fourth book and the third co-authored with my spiritual guides. Unlike the previous two books, which only included the founders, this one uses the wisdom and energy of several additional beings with whom I am constantly in contact. The book covers a variety of issues related to the evolution of the soul and, therefore, uses the wisdom of my constant companions from different spheres of the spirit. In this book, we will explore some ideas that are not adequately explained in the literature available on planet Earth. I'm not going to delve into the reasons why information was suppressed or out of reach. Suffice it to say that most souls on Earth were not ready for this material until now. Table of Contents. Introduction, 8. Introduction. 10. Chapter 1 Soul's Journey. 11. Nature of the Soul. 12. Root Cause History. 13. Descent into the Dark. 13. Remembering the Higher Realms. 14. More about the root cause and the descent into darkness. 15. The difference between spirit, soul, and ego. 18. Soul levels and dimensions. 19. The nature of time. Point 21. Difference between linear and nonlinear time. 21. Timelines and infinite selves. 22. Past, present, and future selves. 24. Higher self and spiritual guides. 27. How to connect with your higher self. 28. Contact with spiritual guides. 29. Replacement of spiritual guides who they don't serve you anymore. 32. Healing and leveling up the 6 lower bodies. 33. Physical body. 33. Emotional body. 36. The mental body. 38. The astral body. 39. Etheric body. 40. The causal body. 40. What happens when the physical body dies? 42. Forced reincarnation. 44. Voluntary implementation. 45. Spiritual ascension. 46. Physical ascension. 46. To summarize. 47. Chapter 2 Soulmates and Twin Flames. 47. Soul division. 47. Differences between division and fragmentation. 49. Oversouls. 50. Group soul aggregates. 51. Twin flames. 53. Primary soul families. 56. Secondary soul families. 57. Extended soul families. 58. Soul bloodlines. 58. Kindred spirits. 60. All human beings have souls. 61. Contracts and contracts of the soul. 62. Some remarks about marriage. 63. Types of relationships between souls. 64. Karmic relationships. 64. Teacher-student and student-teacher relationship. 66. Co-creation. 68. Enlightened relationships. 69. Enlightened connection between couples. 70. Enlightened spiritual communities. 71. Same-sex relationships. 72. Relationships love/multiple partners. 72. Tantric relationships. 73. Tantra and energy fusion. 74. Enlightened conception. 75. Conception in higher realms. 75. Soul family reunion on Earth. 75. Chapter 3 Soul fragmentation. 76. Sovereign beings. 76. Sovereign beings and disembodied entities. 78. How do souls fragment? 78. Energy patterns. 79. Thought forms. 80. Disembodied entities. 81. Parental souls. 84. Soul movements. 85. Temporary and permanent soul movements. 86. 5. Substitutions. 86. Partial soul movements. 90. Two souls in one body. 93. Many souls in one body. 93. Multiple personalities and multiple souls in one body. 94. Channeling. 95. Trance-channeling and trance-mediumship. 95. Conscious channeling. 97. Telepathic transmission. 98. Telepathic downloads. 99. Intelligent energy downloads. 100. Tutorial for beginners, obsession with the essence. 100. The nature of negative entities. 101. Negativity in the aura and chakras. 101. Binding an entity. 103. Partial obsession. 104. Total obsession. 105. Karmic obsession. 107. Access to the Akashic Records. 108. Chapter 4 Healing and Restoring the Integrity of the Soul. 110. Techniques and Techniques for Restoring the Soul. 110. Reclaiming Lost Soul Fragments. 112. Forgiveness and Release. 112. Standard Process of Forgiving Others. 113. The Standard Process of Self-Forgiveness. With Soul Restoration. 113. Other Techniques for Restoring the Integrity of the Soul. 114. Getting rid of negative entities. 115. Mental and Spiritual Protection. 116. Advanced Security Techniques. 116. Cutting off psychic cords and hooks. 117. The Law of Karma. 117. Erasing Karma. 117. Breaking Karmic Contracts. 117. Karma vs. The Law of Attraction. 119. Balance of Giving and Taking. 119. Your Karmic Balance Sheet. 120. Additional ways to align the 6 lower bodies. 121. Healing a physical injury. 121. Healing emotional scars. 121. Healing the root negative beliefs. 123. Additional techniques for clearing negative emotions and beliefs. 123. Dissolving astral implants. 124. Removing energy imprints. 126. Healing causal body patterns. 126. Reading past lives and returning to past lives. 127. Centering. 127. Healing through the timeline. 127. Reverse timeline healing. 127. Connecting to the future timeline. 128. Technique string of pearls. 128. Energy dynamics. 129. Mirror image. 129. Rejection rate. 129. Refractive index. 130. Transparency. 130. Takeover. 131. Gain. 131. Conversion. 132. Shamanic healing. 133. Working with nature spirits. 133. Psychedelics. 133. Meditations on activating ascension. 134. Sacred sounds. 135. Healing with music and sound. 135. Color and pattern therapy. 135. Sacred geometries. 135. Chapter 5 The Nature of Enlightenment. 136. The Enlightenment Process. 136. Cycles of Soul Evolution, 136. Levels of Enlightenment, 137. Self-Awareness, 137.6. Full Acceptance, 139. Becoming One with God, 140. True Separation, 140. The Ever After, 141. Lack of Desires, 141. Entering Silence, 141. Complete Emptiness, Entering into Nothingness, 142. Unknown, 142. Bliss and Ecstasy, 143. Incomprehensible, 143. Enlightenment and Psychic/Spiritual Abilities, 144. Enlightenment and Ascension, 145. Chapter 6 Integrating the Soul into the World, 146. How to be in the world, but not belong to it, 146. Enlightened Business Practices, 148. Leah on Prosperity, 149. More about Enlightened Communities, 152. Vision of a New Golden Age, 152. Output, 153. Appendix 1 Frequently Asked Questions, 154. What happens to the souls of animals, 154. How can I integrate my soul and achieve enlightenment if I'm struggling to pay my bills and take care of my family, 154. Why are there so many conflicting versions of what is happening or about to happen in the channeled material, 155. How to help children integrate their souls, 155. How to help those who refuse to wake up, 156. Could you talk about reptilians wanting to take over the world, 156. It seems that our country is slipping into a dictatorship. Even now, they are building concentration camps to house those who disagree with their new world order. What should we do about it, 157. Appendix 2 What really happened on December 21, 2012, 157. Appendix 3, Table of Soul Vibration Level Indexes, 160. Dictionary of Special Terms, 163. Karen Denrick, Mila, Indigo Children, Attention Deficit Disorder, Autism, and Ascension. A new stage of ascension for future generations is planned, 177. Dear Beloved Ascenders, 177. Discovering the Intricacies of Human Genealogy, 177. Holographic Abbreviation, 178. DNA Abnormalities in the Anu Slave Race, 178. Developmental Delay and Mental Illness, 179. Autism and Malformations, 180. About Indigo Children, 181. Why are Indigo Children so difficult, 183. 1. Learn to be grounded and teach it to your children, 183. 2. Working with the language of light, 184. 3. Ground excessive electrification by exercising, 184. 4. Let the earth and natural realms help you, 185. A new coming wave of ascension, 185. 1. Light Children Indigo, 185. 2. Children of Empathy, 186. 3. Golden Children, 186. Conclusion, 187. A series of books has been published, A Guide to the Steps of Ascension, 188. Denrick Karen, Mila, Thomas Weber, OA, Guide to the Steps of Ascension, 189. 7. Introduction. This is my fourth book and the third CO authored with my spiritual guides. Unlike the previous two books, which only included the founders, this one draws on the wisdom and energy of a few additional beings that I am constantly working with. Staying in touch. For those who are not familiar with my previous books, I work with several groups of spiritual beings coming from many different levels of consciousness, from what I call the 6th, 12th densities. These spiritual guides include my twin flame, the 6th density Leah. The Aksharians are a soul group from 7th density, Lord Sananda from 8th density, Isis, Thoth, Enoch, Archangel Michael, and several others from 8th to 9th densities, as well as the founders from 12th density. The second and third books were written in collaboration with the founders, through the so-called telepathic transmission. It is similar to conscious channeling, except that only a tiny fraction of the energy of the spiritual vehicles passes through. My physical body is only able to withstand a few % of their energy fields. Before we delve into the subject matter of this book, let me tell you a little more about the spirit realms and guides I work with. Although, as we know, there is no hierarchy in the higher spiritual realms, there are specific tasks performed by individual and group souls. For example, my Leah's personal spirit guide specializes in human relationships, while Aksharian spirit guides focus more on science and higher dimensional geometries. They observe the evolution of souls in many different worlds throughout the universe. In the higher realms, time and space are very different from Earth's. You could think of all the different creatures living on different levels and dimensions as one big happy family. Because they no longer believe in separation from God, they feel a sense of separation from God. A unity that goes beyond anything we can currently feel here on Earth. The book covers a variety of issues related to the evolution of the soul and, therefore, uses the wisdom of my constant companions from different spheres of the spirit. If this is your first introduction to my work, you are welcome. A distinctive feature of my books is that each of them is a self-contained work containing a huge array of knowledge. However, for maximum benefit and ease of understanding, I recommend reading all the books in order. Then you can get more than deep understanding of many of the topics in this book. While such advice would obviously benefit me financially, that's not the point. Rather, it will avoid explaining the same topics in detail over and over again. In Living on the Front Line, I describe levels of awareness and offer specific personal growth techniques that are appropriate for each level. It includes tables and diagrams related to the topic of discussion. In the book Earth Changes in 2012, I describe in detail the real history of the Earth, clearly refuting the propaganda imposed on humanity by various government systems of schools and the world's traditional science. While there are genuine scientific minds who now reveal many truths, the establishment mentality often derides these scientists and denies them funding if they stray too far from the party line. In Earth Awakens, Prophecies 2012 to 2030, I explore new perspectives for the planet, including intentionally created spiritual communities and new technologies. Throughout the books, my guides and I discuss the influence of alien races and their role in the long history of mankind. In contrast to the officially approved theory of party politics lines, human beings appeared on Earth, at best, 10 million years ago. We are a combination of evolution, genetic experiments of different star races, and spiritually infused into a physical form. This has never been adequately explained due to paradoxes 8. Present at different levels of perception. The paradox is associated with truths that are unique to certain levels and dimensions. If you try to view truth from only one level, you will find contradictions and conflicts, because any given point of view faces many different levels of energy vibrations and frequencies. One of these paradoxes is time. At a higher level of awareness, it is inappropriate, unnecessary, and inconsistent. From this perspective, there is no time at all, or you could say that There is an infinite amount of time. Expressions such as everything always happens in perfect divine time arise from this perspective. And yet, we live in a fast-paced linear world. And in this world of time and space, there is urgency. The sooner we wake up to the higher truth of our future, the more easily we will make the transition from the world of death and destruction to the world of enlightenment and beauty. From a three-dimensional, mundane perspective, humanity will very soon run out of time to solve its problems. And looking at the planet from a more distant sphere, you are already aware of this fact. There is no need to spend a lot of time discussing the results of environmental pollution, war, climate change, corrupt governments, greed, selfishness, suppression, control, manipulation, propaganda, and so on. Nor am I going to discuss the urgent need to create enlightened, self-sufficient communities that are independent of what is commonly called the matrix. These topics have been explored in detail in my previous books. Also, the most recent material does not focus on specific changes occurring in different regions of the Earth. In previous works, we have included instructions on where to move, what to buy, what to invest in, and so on. However, advice is of limited value if you are not doing the inner spiritual and psychological work necessary to build a new golden age on Earth. Humanity is already going through an epochal shift that began on December 21, 2012. For some, this date was a disappointment, because all the inherent ills of the Earth did not disappear as if by magic. However, it brought them into sharper focus and helped them realize that our first priority as a species is healing. Restoring a balanced self is not just about meditating, praying, chanting mantras, saying affirmations, or visiting a Reiki healer. All of this can help, but true healing doesn't happen until the soul is integrated. This is the theme of this book. Although the evolution of the soul was discussed in previous materials, sometimes in great detail, many topics related to soul integration were omitted, since most of humanity was not yet ready to delve into this topic. In this book, we will explore some ideas that are not adequately explained in the literature available on planet Earth. I'm not going to delve into the reasons why information was suppressed or out of reach. Suffice it to say that most souls on Earth were not ready for this material until now. Fragments of information on this topic can be found in various existing publications, including the works of Jane Roberts and Seth, numerous works by Edgar Cayce, the book Keys, Enoch J. Hurtake, The Course of Miracles, and many other channeled works by various authors. I advise you to research everything that is said in this book. Combine information with other content. Do your own research. Don't believe everything just because you respect the author, or because everything sounds beautiful. As always, use speech recognition. There is currently too little recognition on Earth. Before the shift began, on December 21, 2012, many souls expected 3 days of darkness, a complete reversal of the poles, or some cataclysm. This is the result of insufficient critical thinking, and in some cases, too much desire. Many prophecies are motivated by fear. Others are given to enhance the sense of urgency. Recently, a teacher on Earth said, an unfulfilled prophecy is a successful prophecy, meaning that too many souls were worried about a potential catastrophe to avoid it. The world we see is the sum total of all individual and collective states. Consciousness projected into it, plus the natural world and cosmic laws reflected in the lower dimensions. If most of the world is fear-conscious, then the dominant reality of the future will be the reality of fear. At the same time, It will only take one enlightened being to change the world. Truth is much stronger than illusions, even if a huge number of people believe false perceptions. For example, if all of humanity were afraid of eclipses and believed that they were bad omens, it wouldn't change the reality of eclipses or the fact that the sun and moon aren't too concerned about what humanity thinks of them. They are simply the sun and moon, interacting according to the cosmic law. It is important to return to the truth that we are powerful creative spiritual beings, who use only a tiny fraction of our potential. This book will help you understand the nature of our infinitely powerful true being, our souls and spirits, and answer many questions related to the nature of our true self. One note: let's agree words written with a capital letter usually refer to universal ideas that are common to all of us. For example, we are individual souls, living as one being. The term capitalized means that we are all expressions of a universal nature. Another example is the use of the word I. If we are referring to the individual I or ego of a person, we write with a small letter. But if we refer to the higher self or a larger perspective, we use capital letters. My advice is to read and reread each paragraph or chapter as many times as necessary, until the ideas or concepts are integrated within your mind. Something about the difference between the soul and the spirit. Soul refers to a specific manifestation, divinity, and spirit is a generic term for the intelligent energy of the universe. When we talk about souls that are not on earth, or fragments of the soul and disembodied entities, we sometimes use the word spirit as a generalized phrase. If the word spirit is capitalized, it refers to the higher intelligence and energy of God. Thank you for your desire to take a journey into the depths of our one being. All the best to you. Sal Rachel, April 2013. Introduction. Greetings, beloved ones. Says Sal's higher self. In this book, you will be introduced to different groups of spiritual guides, each with its own unique and individual vibration. Often they will speak as a collective or aggregate of a group of souls, using the term we or us. This introduction will briefly introduce you to the journey we will take together, hoping to start preparing you for the content of the following chapters. In Chapter 1, we will explore the evolution of the soul, identify different characteristics of the soul, and identify milestones in its evolutionary path. We will look at the origin of the soul, and what it experienced at the beginning of evolution. If you are already familiar with the spiritual teachings, you know that there was a fall from grace, or many years ago there was a primary imprint associated with the first descent into matter. In Chapter 2, we will explore the different types of relationships that souls form on Earth and in other realms and dimensions. One of the fastest ways to grow the soul is through relationships with others. Although on its way the soul may have time and space for loneliness or even. Therefore, it is indisputable that all souls must experience all kinds of relationships described. Hopefully, Chapter 2 will help those who seem to be struggling with earth relationships. If you feel that you are constantly repeating the same time patterns or engaging in the same types of unproductive relationships, the same problems, different people, this information should help you. In Chapter 3, we will explore in detail the nature of soul fragmentation, including why it occurs and how to resolve the problem. It may be a little more difficult to understand this material, so we will move slowly and use many analogies and examples. 10. The Christian Bible says that by faith you can move mountains. We would paraphrase it this way: we can experience our unlimited higher self when all parts of our being are aligned. In this case, we are being asked to do more than blindly believe in a higher power. The acquisition of spiritual mastery and the reclaiming of our true power can only occur when we have full soul integration. This means that all levels of the lowest, the selves work together to connect with the higher self. The higher self is an umbrella term for the 6 higher levels of self that will be described in Chapter 1. Chapter 3 will also discuss different ways for souls to exit alignment. Once we learn to recognize where the fragments are, we can take the steps suggested in the next chapter. Chapter 4 discusses the many types of healing, exercises, and practices that can help restore soul integration. As you integrate the soul fragments, you will find that you are finally experiencing a state of mountain-shifting faith. You will once again be able to do everything you could have done in the Garden of Eden before experiencing the fall and believing in separation. In Chapter 5, we will discuss the different types and levels of enlightenment, from Eastern philosophies about finding peace of mind to the state of rapture and ecstasy experienced by many mystics and avatars. We do not promise to give you an experience of enlightenment, because there are many states of consciousness that cannot be directly attained, but we hope to shed some light on this topic. In Chapter 6, we'll look at how integrated souls function in the world. We explore some of the ways the global economy works. What will it become if the souls engaged in Sal's favorite guide, Leah, will offer an enlightened insight into money and finance. Finally, there are appendices that provide a deeper explanation of some of the ideas covered in the chapters, as well as a dictionary of terms for convenience and better understanding of the terminology we use. Please be patient and self-indulgent as you read this book. Some materials will point to unresolved emotional issues within you that need healing. It's worth celebrating. You will learn to welcome every opportunity to clear up old emotional and psychological issues. Recently, on December 21, 2012, you went through a portal shift. You may still be interested in what happened. Some part of you feels different, but the rest of you still seem unchanged. In Appendix 1, you will find a brief explanation of the shift. There are still many changes ahead, both within you and in the outside world. Reading this material, allow it to help you overcome the sense of chaos and confusion that exists around you. This world is a melting pot of souls from all over the universe. You have enlightened saints and avatars living next door to those who are still stuck in animal consciousness. As you move out of judgment and fear, you will learn to appreciate the diversity and contrasts inherent in this planet. Remember, every soul has the gift of free will. This means that no two souls will grow and evolve at the same rate. If it takes you several months to understand the ideas and concepts in this book, accept this. And if it's just a few days, that's fine, too. As always, it is a pleasure to speak with you. We are committed to helping you on your journey of awakening. We are Sal's higher self. We are happy to present this book to you. Let us begin our investigation with the nature of the soul. Chapter 1: The Soul's Journey. Greetings, beloved ones, this is Leah Channel, our group of souls from the galactic the confederations, and our founding teachers will explore the nature of the soul and the different levels of its evolution. 11. Your scriptures say that you are created in the image and likeness of the Creator. The details of what an image and likeness is, or how to realize that you already fully possess all the attributes of the Creator, are not included. Beloved ones, you are embarking on a journey to discover your divine self, the eternal and limitless aspect of who you are. The journey begins with a dive into the lower worlds and a slow awakening to your higher nature. You are endowed with free will, which means the following. From an almost infinite variety of options, you can choose the lessons you want To learn. If desired, you can move slowly or quickly. As you travel, you experience great difficulties, suffering, pain, and need. You can look at these states in different ways, but here's what I would like to say: the best thing is to fully accept yourself. What's done is done. There is no need to continue lamenting the elections that were held. Dear ones, it is best to think of all that you have experienced as part of your soul's journey. Whether you believe that you have used the time most effectively and enjoyed great joy, or not. The fact that you have postponed your journey countless times, being distracted by various astral events, entertainment, seeking the pleasure and approval of others, or trying to achieve mastery of a false idol, a substitute for God, does not matter. Just think of all the delays along the way as part of the whole soul journey. The soul doesn't judge you or your journey. What is. Accept and move forward. Now, in retrospect, you realize that there were choices that you didn't know about at the time and that would have led to great joy and prosperity. However, be grateful that you have come this far on your journey. You are ready to understand, at a deeper level, what life is all about. You are ready to open your minds and hearts to new ways of perceiving. Now let us give the floor to our teachers, the founders, who will explain the nature of the soul in detail. I'm Leah, always at your service. Nature of the soul. Greetings, dear creators, we are the founders. It gives us great pleasure to talk to you. We will start with the qualities and attributes of the soul. Your soul begins as a tiny spark of divine light, similar to the embryo of the human self, small and seemingly incredibly fragile. You came from divinity, which includes the Father and Mother of God. Yes, you might say that you are the result of a union between the maternal and paternal aspects of the Creator. If it helps you imagine, you can think of yourself as the result of their sexual encounter. Of course, from a cosmic perspective, their sexual contact is very different from human sexuality. Imagine the convergence and merging of the two great lights to create billions of individual beings. In terms of Earth time, your soul appeared millions of years ago, and in some cases hundreds of millions of years ago. Time zones you have traveled through space, incarnating in different realms, dimensions, and worlds. Many people ask, where am I from? Perhaps on this planet you feel like a wanderer and wonder where your homeland is. Although you may think of several places in the universe as home, your true abode is within your divine self, the part of you that has never left and will never leave the Creator. Here is the paradox: as children of God, you grow and learn to become more independent, but at the same time remember who you really are. In some of your traditions, you think of it as merging with divinity, but that would not be accurate. Growing up, children do not seek to return to the womb. However, growing up, you are similar to your parents, acquire their character traits and in many cases choose a similar specialty and lifestyle. As children of God, you have reached the 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade level. Here we use an analogy with your school system, because it's easier to understand. Interestingly, in many Western cultures, the school system includes 12 classes. The first few classes are called primary or secondary. 12. Elementary school, followed by high school and senior classes. We in the channel have developed a density scale similar to the 12th grade of the traditional school system. Later in this chapter, we will look at the levels, characteristics, and unique qualities that each density has. For some, this will be a repetition, but the original idea will have new angles and turns. Many had just finished the third level and advanced to the fourth, and only a few had finished the fourth level and advanced to the fifth. Completing your studies is not an easy process. It always requires hard work and study. The current cycle is no exception. We can see how well you've done since the December 21st epoch shift. 2012 our aggregate score is good, but needs improvement. This is a kind and compassionate statement, not a judgment. Our divinity recommendation is to give you extra time to work on negative issues before going through the ascension process. In 2012, many people were not ready for the full shift of the portal. So the process slowed down a little to allow you to go even deeper into the nature of the I. That's exactly what we're going to do in the first chapter, explore the depths of your experience. Beings for the sake of bringing God's boundless light and compassion to every dark corner and unhealed aspect of the soul. The channel asked us to talk about the descent of the soul. We have been offering this information for many years, but now we will expand it. Root cause history. A simplified version of emerging from divinity is as follows. You came out of your father's womb/mother's. God is seventh density sparks of light called souls. More complex, but the same. An adequate description is as follows. You came out of divinity and ended up at level 12. The universal divine self, then adjusted to level 11 of the individual. A divine self that has split even further, to level 10 Christ-like or the Buddhist self. We use these terms to refer to the higher selves of one known as Jesus of Nazareth and the other known as Gautama Siddhartha. Although we could use the term Great Central to describe this level of being. The Sunday. Then you split up to the monad or ninth level of being, and then you became the super soul on the 8th level. Finally, you have achieved the final result of becoming a 7th density soul. Descent into darkness. 1. We are going to delve into the nature of falling from grace, as some of your scriptures call it. Unfortunately, the creatures that originally received this information, which led to the emergence of major religions on earth, either did not have a full understanding of what happened, or, in some cases, deliberately placed a sense of guilt on you in order to control you. We will present our understanding of what happened during the fall from grace period without any judgment or prejudice. Throughout the process, we stayed in the higher realms, observing, and not interfering with, the intensity of your experience. As 7th density beings, you looked around and saw the vast, unexplored realm that we now call the lower worlds. By the lower worlds we mean the worlds known as level 6 the causal plane, level 5 the etheric plane, level 4 the astral plane, level 3 the mental plane, including ego and personality, level 2 the emotional body, including instincts and sexuality, and level 1, the physical body. Your souls started out as 7th density beings, enjoying all the power and creativity of beings on this level, and then went on to become intensely creative. 1 See Galatians 5, 4. 13. Exploring the outer creation, falling in vibration to levels 1 through 6. The first risky trip to the lower cosmos resulted in some very strong contradictions of energy and vibration. This is the root cause that has caused many of the root causes of negative emotions. Beliefs that souls still carry from life to life. Unlike the interpretation of descent into matter offered in many spiritual writings, our version does not imply being thrown out of the heavenly realm. This is not a judgment given by a condemning and angry God, but simply the way in which souls explored the condensation into matter inherent in the outer worlds. When a human child comes into the world, it is often a very traumatic experience. After 9 months of being safe, warm, and comfortable, suddenly there are bright lights, annoying sounds and touches, and a strong sense of separation from the mother. Multiply these feelings 1,000,000 times, and you will begin to understand how young souls felt when they came out of divinity and plunged into the lower worlds. Most of the souls were not just banished from the womb of the cosmos, but given the opportunity to know themselves as seventh density beings of light. It was this natural state of limitless power and creativity that was your Garden of Eden, an idyll where you had everything and lived in a green paradise. After a few million Earth years of living in paradise, you started out bravely. Explore the cosmos. After being briefly instructed on what to expect, you were still not prepared for the intensity of the experience. Almost all people still have imprints of the etheric and causal bodies from the first cause. Most people still struggle to find their way back to the Garden of Eden and blame themselves for the sorrows and disasters experienced on earth. You might wonder, if God is omnipotent and omniscient, how did he, or she, allow such a trauma to happen? Unlike the static, unchanging deity represented in various religions, God grows and evolves, expressing himself through you and numerous other life forms. Near the center of divinity, there is a state of eternal paradise to which all of you are connected, even though paradise seems so far away here on earth. When in the beginning you ventured to leave your father and mother and go to the periphery of creation, you entered the unmanifest realms where everything is possible. You are endowed with the same creative power as divinity. And one of the manifestations of power is the ability to create, in contrast to the lack of such in the green paradise near the center of creation. Free will means that you can experience a wide range of different energies and experiences, from ecstasy to horror. As young and inexperienced creators, you have been given all the dimensions of the universe, the astral realms, to exercise your creativity. In fact, some teachers referred to the astral planes as draft paper. Unfortunately, many of you have become stuck in the astral realms between your physical lives. It may take millions of years for souls to explore the outer worlds and astral states before they can return to their natural abode in seventh density. When you begin to ascend from the lower realms, you are out of the wheel of reincarnation. This is called spiritual ascension. From now on, your adventures in the outer creation are voluntary. You are there to help those who are still trapped in the seemingly endless prison of duality. When you begin to descend again into dark and dense realities, you become light in dark places that are not yet sufficiently developed to realize divinity. You do this every time you reincarnate on worlds like Earth. If you are reading these words, it is highly recommended to. It is likely that after your spiritual ascension some time ago, you came back to help remembering the higher realms. Despite the seemingly endless detours and pitfalls of the lower worlds, once you move back through the density levels and return to higher consciousness, time changes radically. The curious thing about the illusion of separation is that as soon as you let it go, it appears that 14. It never existed. The seemingly long and endless hours of frustration, trying to remember how to use the gifts of clairvoyance and telepathy, trying to overcome feelings of powerlessness and helplessness, and the never-ending heart arrhythmias from human relationships, all curl up into a small ball of soul experience once you are free of duality. You begin to realize that you have just woken up from a very long sleep, and from the perspective of the higher realms, everything has continued in the blink of an eye. For just a few seconds of cosmic time, you were asleep and dreaming a dream in which you found yourself alone and separated on a planet of cruelty, judgment, and despair. And now you realize that even when you were sleeping and having a nightmare of separation, you were always there, safe in the loving arms of a mother/the father of God. Now, when you wake up, you attract the likes of this book to put things into proper perspective. You are reminded of the big picture of your life as a soul. As you become aware of the incredible variety of soul experiences you've been through, your seemingly endless journey through many worlds and dimensions begins to make sense. As the channel has already said, the soul does not judge. It simply explores and then stores the lessons of that experience in its memory. You experience the experience of falling into separation and experiencing the sensations that arise from denying your true divine self. From a human point of view, this is scary. From a cosmic perspective, it's just a dream of insignificance and limitation. Now, when you wake up, a whole new world of experience opens up to you. You are drawn to other souls who have already woken up, and different types of relationships are formed between you. Instead of falling into the same pitfalls over and over again, you make a conscious effort to rebuild your relationships so that you can help each other grow and develop. You are no longer wandering around, lost and confused, in possessive, jealous, and angry relationships with each other. The process is not easy. If it was light, the entire human race would have woken up a long time ago. As soon as you let go of your anger at God and the world and simply accept the fall as a difficult experience, you break the energy connection with the trauma of forgetting your past. The true self. The human mind seeks to understand why and for what purpose the journey to separation was undertaken. We don't have an adequate response to your intelligence or ego. Instead, we ask you to simply accept that your soul has consented to such an experience. If it helps, you can think of the soul lesson as learning to enter a state of consciousness in which all the suffering and tribulations of thousands of years of evolution no longer matter. All is forgiven. Now we are helping you let go of the deepest layers of sadness and regret, what some call ancient pain. There's a lot to digest, so we'll stop now and let you digest it all. Before continuing, we suggest taking a short break. It would be nice. Meditate, take a few deep breaths, and listen to what's going on in your body. Continue to breathe until you can feel the patterns. Root causes move through your being. Just observe, without judgment, how the energy feels. If the sensation is too strong, continue to breathe deeply, gently. Massage or pat the body in places where the strongest energy accumulates. Send love to your entire body, emotions, and mind. Know that you are going through this experience with the higher self, spiritual guides, and divine love. Learn more about the root cause and the descent into darkness. We have already briefly described what happened when the soul first began to explore the outer worlds. Now it's time to go even deeper. If you can heal the problems associated with the root cause, working on integration will be much easier and much easier. Almost all patterns of habitual behavior, harmful tendencies, and seemingly endless battles to break with restriction are rooted in the root cause. The belief in separation began like this. Are you used to flying and soaring in unlimited time, space and even higher? And then all of a sudden you were restricted to a vehicle made of flesh and blood. 15. Blood, making them completely helpless and dependent on others. The sensation was so intense that it engulfed your awareness. All you could think about was the excruciating pain running through your body as you were pushed out of the warm, dark, and comfortable place into the hard, dense reality of the physical world. Since your first descent into darkness, you have repeated this experience over and over again through the process of human birth. After the death of the physical body, you glimpsed what was before the descent. Instantly, or so it seems, you released your physical body's grip and swam in a sea of light before beginning to evaluate the life you had just completed. There are several components to the first cause experience, including soul fragmentation. Think of it as an experience incomplete due to trauma and the intensity of the initial imprint. This intensity caused the soul parts to split or tear apart. And therein lies the paradox. In fact, the soul cannot be split, but it may seem so. The first level of falling is what we call the compression of spiritual energy into matter. This, the philosophical aspect of the descent. Just imagine, take your physical body and squeeze it to the size of a peanut, it is still alive and aware of the compression. You can't move either your arm or leg, in fact, they are so tightly pressed against your body that you feel like you might explode, but the explosion that frees you from this apparent prison doesn't happen. Or another example, your head is held under water until you begin to suffocate from lack of oxygen. You try to raise your head, but you can't, and instead of drowning or suffocating, you are in a state between life and death. In this case, the physiological imprint includes intense compression energy and a strong desire for decompression. This kind of experience made me want to run away from compression. The lower self does not know how to accept the compression and the desire to escape that compression creates in the mind. This later became known as the urge to die or the desire to leave the physical body and return to a less compressed state, the state of a disembodied entity. Many religions are unconsciously based on primary physical trauma. The idea that heaven is better than life on earth is based on this primary imprint. In addition to the physiological component of the root cause, there is also an emotional trauma characterized by a sense of rejection, as if God threw you into a cold and cruel world and left you alone. Out of the emotional trauma comes the idea of guilt, the idea that the descent was a form of punishment, and that God was angry with you. In turn, guilt creates an emotion of shame, a sense of worthlessness and unworthiness of the eternal and unlimited love of God. The first thought, based on emotional trauma, is something like this: strong compression. Uncomfortable and painful. I must have done something wrong and deserved it all. God is punishing me. Once upon a time, I felt great, drowning in bliss. Right now, I'm squeezed and full of pain. I must return to the Garden of Eden. I must change so that God will forgive me and accept me back into His kingdom. This is where the desire to escape from so-called negative emotions arises for the sake of so-called positive ones. Self-deprecation also appeared. You began to believe that something was wrong with you, which is why the sensation grew into something more than pain. You resisted the pain of compression and as a result, created misery. Our definition of pain is this: pain is resistance to what is. Our definition of suffering is resisting pain. That is, a completely different approach. What started out as an intense experience turned into pain as soon as it was judged to be wrong. Since pain is resistance to what is, if there was a full acceptance of the root cause, everything would be seen as a very intense experience of energy and nothing more. From a mental perspective, life has become a process of seeking pleasure and avoiding pain. As the sensation of pain was driven deep into the subconscious mind, the painful experiences continued to recur. Therefore, the soul had to transfer the unconscious to the conscious in order to be able to use it. 16. It was to heal and integrate. Souls became more and more entangled in unconscious patterns, and each subsequent physical birth reinforced the negative root beliefs. Due to the inability of souls to integrate the root cause, entire civilizations have appeared and disappeared. The desire to avoid the restriction became the driving force behind it. Advances in technology and science. Instead of simply discovering how The universe works, which is the true role of science. Ego dominance prevailed. The ego's root negative belief is that it is powerless and helpless in the face of adversity, and God is all misery. Therefore, science has become an attempt to dominate nature, to subdue and control it, to harm it in order to gain pleasure and avoid pain. Your medicine is primarily concerned with perpetuating pleasure and avoiding pain. It tries to treat the symptoms of the disease, not the cause. Take a pill and the pain will go away, and this is instead of trying to understand the disease, how and why it originated and what it teaches you. From an astral perspective, first cause involves an energetic pattern that permeates all of creation. The pattern says, I don't like the way I am. There's something wrong with me. This thought form is constantly floating up and down out of your personal space, and it's doing it right now. It radiates from every soul that has not integrated the first cause. Flows of non-integrated energy flow in and out of every building in the city, regardless of its location. Indicates how heavily fortified the building is or how many attempts have been made to create privacy. It is in cities that negative astral energy is most concentrated, as a huge number of souls are spilling out negativity associated with the inability to accept themselves. The etheric planes didn't escape damage from an untreated root cause either. Root negative beliefs and inharmonious astral energies get stuck in the aura and chakras of the human body as etheric imprints. This is the equivalent of emotional scars or 2. Sanskar in higher dimensions. The etheric body is electromagnetic. Imprints interfere with the flow of energy through the body's meridians and eventually lead to physical illness and aging. Finally, the causal plane stores the memory of all the lives in which the untreated soul has not been healed. The root cause was the dominant factor. The memory of the fall of civilizations is stored in the Akashic record sand, the main repository of the causal plan. Most souls who have lived and died during a cataclysm, caused by humans or natural causes, have unresolved problems with the root cause, hence the inability to prevent such disasters. For example, the channel has worked with hundreds of clients who, during their sessions, still blame themselves for what happened to Atlantis. They feel that they could have prevented the catastrophe, and in many cases they tried to warn those in power, but they were not listened to. Why? Because the rulers clung to the illusion of power and control and did not want anything to disrupt their usual perception of themselves. Once again, we return to seeking pleasure and avoiding pain. So, why did civilizations arise and disappear? Why didn't progress continue linearly as a result of the natural forces of evolution? If you get a closer look at evolution, you'll notice the following. Although there were gradually evolving systems that tended to be more ordered and structured over time, no significant changes occurred until there was a mutation or sudden shift to a new pattern. In some species, the mutation resulted in higher-order life forms are more adaptable, flexible, and self-aware. In other cases, mutations led to the extinction of physical species, because they were not able to adapt or structure according to the new one. 2. Sanskara is a habit, or the influence of the past on the present, which manifests itself as a reflex, automatism, and a pattern of state. It is considered as the psychic center of a part of the universal inertia, which functions as the basic instinct that controls the body, or the inclination that controls the flow of thoughts at a given moment. 17. An energy pattern. Many times during periods of sudden change, humanity has had to start from scratch because of its inability to allow problems related to the root cause to go away. Your cells are mutating due to incoming shear energies. Once again, you are being asked to release the root Causes of negativity within your being. Without understanding and integrating the root cause, this is almost impossible to do. So once again, you are risking the destruction of your civilization. And the start of the next one in a different place and at a different time. 3. However, this time is not the case. You have what is called divine dispensation. Let me explain. We in the channel have repeatedly said that during the shift, there will always be safe places on Earth. The program has changed since the last destruction cycle. To reach critical mass, there are now enough human souls on Earth willing to move into a new golden age. Therefore, along with millions of other ascended beings, we have been called upon to help you overcome your deepest fears and blockages on the path to freedom. The 2 previous channeling books focused mainly on prophecy. We passed along information to help you understand the probabilistic timelines of your future, what your present is and what your future expected timelines are, essentially where you're heading as a species. This is not to say that making a change will be easy. Essentially, we pointed out that about 2/3 of humanity will not be able to make the shift, so they will leave the Earth in the next 20 to 30 years. We have passed on this book for those who are ready to make the shift. In essence, it states that what is required and what to do in order to interrupt the cycle of rising and falling. It has always been our desire to help you create a dominant timeline of peace, prosperity, love, joy, and creativity. To do this, you need to go to the deepest levels of the self and root out anything that goes against your natural evolutionary process. The mutations currently occurring within your species will continue, whether you resist them or not. By understanding who you really are, mutations will be welcomed with joy and enthusiasm, not fear. Once again, we ask you to pause and take it all in. We are the founders, in collaboration with the higher self of the channel. The difference between spirit, soul, and ego. Once again, we welcome you, dear creators. We are the founders working together with the higher self of the channel. Let's delve deeper into the nature of the self. Specifically, consider 3 main aspects. Soul and spirit are not the same thing. Soul refers to the individualized spark of creation, or essence of the self that resides within each of you. This is a unique tiny aspect of God, and yet from a physical perspective, each individual soul is broader than the entire universe. Formally, the soul belongs to the 7th level of our 12th dimensional self. The levels below the soul are individualized specific aspects of the self, and the levels above the soul level are usually referred to as collective levels or group soul complexes. We get into the details of the nature of these levels later. You might say that spirit is the essence or basic energy that permeates all life. It may help to think of the spirit as the intelligent consciousness of everything, but it is more than that. On the one hand, spirit is energy, matter, and consciousness. On the other, it transcends all of these. It is the movement of God or the outpouring of God consciousness into everything. It gives life to everything. The soul is both perfect and imperfect. It enters different incarnations and levels of experience to grow in understanding and awareness. Although it does not know everything that the spirit does, it knows enough not to judge what is experienced. Judgment is inherent in the sphere of the ego. Souls want to explore everything without prejudice or preference, and the ego judges everything as good and bad. 3 Divine dispensations, God's reactions to problems inherent in a system of universes endowed with free will. 18. Right and wrong, better or worse. For example, in one lifetime, a soul may wish to know what it is like to suppress others, so he or she may be reincarnated as a royal family that completely disregards ordinary people. In another life, she will want to explore the opposite polarity, so she is embodied in a poor, suffering and struggling family, suppressed by the royal family. This is not a punishment for the sins of suppressing others in a previous life, but simply the soul's desire to balance and gain full perspective. The soul does not distinguish between right and wrong behavior. However, as souls grow and evolve, they naturally choose life experiences that teach love, compassion, and service to others, as these values vibrate at a higher level than fear, judgment, or guilt. A simplified way to determine how developed a soul becomes is to observe what percentage of his or her life includes expressions of love and compassion, compared to fear and guilt. The ego of humanity can distort literally any idea, including this one, by painting the image of God as angry and vindictive, demanding submission and punishing the so-called sinners. However, the intention of the soul is simply to observe the contrast between opposing ideas. All evil on planet Earth comes from identifying with the lower self or ego. The ego is the part of the soul that believes in separation from God. It is naturally associated with those aspects of the self that seem to be separate, i.e., the physical, emotional, and mental levels of the being. It does not see the existence of many levels sharing energy. So while the ego is convinced that each of you is a separate person, an isolated physical person, the spirit knows that all people are one being, expressed as billions of individual living organisms. Because your souls are multidimensional, relationships between individuals and groups are characterized by many complexities and complex configurations. Contracts are not limited to physical land. Just as there are small groups of people on Earth, large governmental organizations, and everything in between, so there are similar groups in the higher realms. Souls that are at different levels of vibration can interact with each other in different ways. Later we will look at souls who share physical bodies with each other or who transmit and exchange different levels of being with each other. There is no adequate terminology in human language to describe all interactions, but in the following chapters we will do our best to convey the information. For a better understanding, please consult the dictionary. Hopefully, by describing interdimensional relationships, we can clear up the confusion surrounding such topics as substitutions and partial soul movements. Psychotherapists will find a lot of useful information in the materials below. A significant percentage of patients suffer from varying levels of soul fragmentation. This concept will be discussed in detail in Chapter 3. In some cases, these patients are fine. At the soul level, they have agreed or entered into agreements to acquire certain experiences involving partial or complete soul movement. A topic discussed in detail in the following paragraphs. Our goal is to help your doctor see the difference between great emotional instability and voluntary agreements of the soul, which can manifest as multiple personality or dissociative disorders. Soul levels and dimensions. For those who are not familiar with the previous works, let me give you the different levels and dimensions of the soul in a more structured way. Keep in mind, this is just a model of something vast and inexplicable. When you are at higher levels of consciousness, you don't care about levels and dimensions. You are simply exploring life in all its infinite variety. But the mind needs several starting points to help communicate our thoughts. Roughly speaking, each level or dimension of the soul is equivalent to a level or dimension. 19. What you call external reality. When we talk about specific states of consciousness or vibrational levels of individual souls, we will often use the term density. When talking about planes or subplanes of the universe, we will use the term dimension, although many teachers use these terms interchangeably. Ultimately, there is no difference between internal and external. However, you don't. You will be aware of this until you vibrate at the 6th or higher level on the density scale. Now, while you look carefully at the tables, just imagine the relationship between each density level and its corresponding dimension. Again, don't get hung up on these ideas. While it is useful to have a rudimentary idea of where you are vibrating, the ego may become obsessed with it and start comparing its level to that of others for the sake of feeling superior or safe. We recommend spending just a minute focusing on your vibration level. The following table suggests the density levels of souls as they develop from conception to full maturity. Density description: 1. Physical body. Survival instinct. Awareness of space. 2. The emotional body. Sexuality. Perception. Feeling. 3. The mental body. Thoughts, beliefs, ideas, programs, egos. 4. The astral body. Higher mind, energy fields, psychic. The ability. 5. The etheric body. Love, compassion, service, light body. 6. The causal body. Cosmic consciousness, timelessness. 7. The soul. House level. Full recovery of abilities. 8. Oversoul. The first level of the group soul complex. 9. Master Oversoul or Monad. A vast universal mind. 10. I am Buddha or Christ. Awareness of the Divine Presence. 11. Individual Divine Self. Full self-realization. 12. The Universal Divine Self. Beyond the concept of self. The following table offers dimensions of the universe that roughly coincide with vibration levels. Note, in some modeling systems, the first 3 dimensions of the physical universe refer to the first density. In our system, the first density is described as a physical body, which, of course, exists in 3-dimensional space. So you can't directly relate the first 3 densities to the first 3 dimensions. These are the limitations of your language and symbols, and how they apply to models of reality. These measurements are: measurement description. 1. Existence. Point. The kingdom of minerals. 2. Primary awareness. Line. The plant kingdom. Z. Awareness of space. Form. The animal kingdom. 4. Mental planes, astral planes, time. The kingdom of people. 5. Etheric plans, love. Crystal body of light. 6. Causal plans. The Akashic records. Shining beings of light. 7. Lower star plans. Angels, ascended beings. 8. Average star plans. Archangels, ascended masters. 9. Higher star plans. Beings of the highest order. The central sun. 10. Lower divine worlds. Creatures from Grand Central. The new sun. 20. 11. Middle divine worlds. Beings from the great central sun. 12. Higher divine worlds. Divinity. In fact, there are no exact boundaries between the levels. They are offered simply for your mental understanding. However, each level has its own specific characteristics and values, so this is a useful concept for now. We will not go into further details of levels and dimensions in this book, as much time has been devoted to them in previous works. But we will continue to repeatedly refer to these ideas. Therefore, we hope that a brief overview will be useful. If you are a beginner, we recommend that you read the previous books first. Another important idea involves the concepts of time and evolution. Below, we offer a simple explanation that we hope will help resolve some of the paradoxes that occur along your spiritual path. These include the idea that you are already a complete, and perfect being, and the perception that you are growing and evolving into higher states of consciousness. To help you in this quest, we will ask our Aksharayan students talk about time and timelines. We are the founders. We hope you enjoyed it. By this discussion, soon we will be back in the continuum of your space and time. The nature of time. Greetings, dear ones, we are Aksharayans. It gives us great joy to share our energy and ideas with you. To help you understand the nature of your soul, we would like to introduce you to some ideas about time. Perhaps they will help you on your journey. Some concepts will be used to heal different levels of your self. Many human beings have difficulty understanding this topic, so we will move slowly, and for the sake of complete assimilation, we ask you to read the material several times. Difference between linear and nonlinear time. Souls on planet Earth live in two different realms simultaneously. From a linear perspective, you grow and evolve as individual souls, moving from lower to higher densities. This process is called ascension. Some souls move faster than others. A significant number of people are moving towards the exit of the wheel of reincarnation and are preparing. Take your bodies straight to higher dimensions, rather than go through the process of death and rebirth. The linear movement of soul evolution involves the gradual improvement of the individual and the completion of soul lessons in the lower dimensions. This process is usually time-consuming and full of difficulties, detours, distractions, and the like. Most people go through hundreds of lifetimes on the wheel of reincarnation before learning everything they need. Souls want to learn. However, almost every soul eventually ceases to identify with the lower levels and enters the ascension spiral. Until recently, only a few hundred souls have completed this process. We estimate that many millions of souls will pass through physical ascension in the next 50 to 100 years. Some souls will build their crystal light bodies in the next 20 to 30 years. Nonlinear time is also an aspect of life on Earth, although for most souls it is a mystery shrouded in darkness. This is because linear time is dominated by the ego. The ego is constantly thinking about the past and the future, and sees only a tiny fraction of what is happening in the present. From a nonlinear perspective, all time is now time. There is no past and no future. Or you could say that the past and future are contained in the now. This can easily be proved, since they are always in the now. The moment when you are reading this book is now. 21. When you started reading it, it was also now. And when you finish reading, of course, there will be now. If you think about the past, when do you do it? Now. Basically, your entire perception of time and space is happening right now. In the eternal moment now, you are complete, and perfect. You are already enlightened and self-aware. You are a 12-dimensional being who lives simultaneously in 12 different realities. Of course, in human life, everything looks very different. All that your physical senses can perceive is a tiny part of the now. You can realize the limitlessness of that. Who you really are is only to the extent that you are able to step out of the ego/personality and abstract from the continuum of linear time/space. So, to summarize, you are a human being learning how to become spiritual. An enlightened soul, and you are an enlightened spiritual being with human experience. You are developing and you are already perfect. You are both being and becoming. From a linear perspective, you heal layers of the self that are out of balance. From a nonlinear perspective, you simply remove the veils of illusion that obscured your already perfect self. From a linear perspective, soul evolution is a process of gradually increasing the level of vibration until you are fully aware of your inner divinity presence. From a nonlinear perspective, soul evolution is the process of removing all the illusions of separation that you have built up between yourself and your true reality, CO Creator, God. From a linear perspective, you have one body, mind, and personality that currently exists on Earth, growing from a child to an adult, and then dying or ascending. From a nonlinear perspective, you have multiple selves coexisting in many dimensions simultaneously. Your past, present, and future selves all exist right now. Your parallel selves, other levels, also exist right now. From a nonlinear perspective, the past is not set in stone, it unfolds because it is the present and the future. The linear mind cannot comprehend this concept, but it will become much clearer when we talk about timeline healing and other practices. The purpose of this book is to awaken both levels of time in you so that you know without a shadow of doubt that you are already complete, and complete. At the same time, we are aware that you are learning, growing and developing every day, so we offer tools and techniques to help in this process. Timelines and infinite selves. Now we are going to share our perceptions of time and how they relate to the theme of soul integration. Your souls possess many dimensions of space, and accordingly they possess many dimensions of time. This is a difficult concept to understand, so we will move slowly. Time is like a perfectly woven tapestry, with an infinite number of bundles of multicolored threads intertwined to create a big picture. Temporary ones. Lines are the product of the free will of humans, along with the free will of other beings on different levels and dimensions. These include planets and stars that are conscious beings on a different level. You have what is called a dominant timeline. It is to this line that the greatest energy and focus is given. As a simple example, if you want to raise your hands above your head and focus your intention on it, your dominant timeline will include the action of raising your hands above your head. However, if your desire is not really serious, and you are just having fun with the idea, then raising your hands above your head becomes a potential or possible timeline, and in any case will not become part of the dominant timeline. In this case, the dominant timeline includes the reality of hands lowered to the sides. Ridiculously simple concept, isn't it? But all the time it works in accordance with free-willed desires. Of course, we are dealing with both collective and individual consciousness, and as you know, numbers have power. 22. For example, if a large number of souls on Earth desire world peace, then the energy of world peace goes into the canvas of time and space and strongly affects the nature of the canvas. If a critical mass is reached, the desire for world peace becomes the dominant timeline, and you have the privilege of exploring world peace in the outer realms. Different teachers on your planet have found a formula for achieving critical mass. Some say that it is equal to 1.8% of humanity, while others suggest much smaller numbers. It all depends on the strength of desire and the level of awareness of those who are trying to create a specific timeline. It also depends on whether the desire is in alignment with the natural course of evolution. In fact, unlike the natural order of creation, creating a timeline requires a lot of energy and focus. Because you are powerful, creative, spiritual beings created in the image and likeness of the Creator, you can create many things that seem to be in opposition to the natural order, but this will require a lot of effort. Free will has limitations. Beyond the limits of free will, there are many a reality in which the decisions of human beings on Earth do not apply, or, as you might have thought, I would say that the influence of humanity is minimal. As an example, at your level of evolution, you have little or no influence on stellar events such as eclipses and precessional alignments. However, how you experience these events is a function of free will. Coming back to the topic of timelines, you may be under the illusion that once you've made a decision and executed it, that's the end of the story, but it's not like that at all. The past can be changed. However, there are a few rules about what can and can't happen. First, you cannot violate the free will of other souls. This means that physically changing an event in linear time is not allowed if it changes the experiences of other souls without their permission. However, you can change your experience of what happened, as well as the impact of this experience on your future timelines, including your present. In other words, you can change your dominant timeline in this life by changing and healing the past. Second, you can't change the past in a linear way. In other words, you don't. You can go back in time, kill your grandmother, and then realize that you will never be born. This is a paradox, because if it were possible, you would not have been born, you would not have been able to go back and kill your grandmother. Instead, you create alternate timelines. That is, in the example above, there are two timelines. In one of them, your grandmother is killed and you were never born. In another, your grandmother gave birth to your mother, who gave birth to you, and so on. Each time you make a change in the past, present, or future, you change the timelines associated with your progress as a soul. You weave your corner of the tapestry according to all the possible or probabilistic realities created by your free will. A closer to Earth example is this: a process called timeline healing. Let's assume that there is a major trauma in your timeline that occurred at the age of 5. You go back in time and heal yourself as a 5-year-old. You now have a new dominant timeline that includes the healing you received when you were 5 years old. Let's repeat the above. Normally, you can't change the external physical details of what happened in the original timeline, because you would violate the free will of other souls who were part of the original events. For example, you can't go back to a previous life in which you were burned at the stake, save your past self from being burned and run off into the woods with him or her. However, you can change the experience of the ego of a previous life burning at the stake, and, thus, remove the etheric imprints of burning alive, significantly reduce the psychological trauma transferred from that life to this one. Once the soul has fully experienced an experience, it no longer needs to be repeated. In this case, your soul has learned everything that could be learned about burning at the stake and now wants to remove this experience from the cellular memory of the body. It might be argued that you are not able to determine whether your soul has learned its lesson completely or not. But we would say the following: you wouldn't be drawn to the healing technique. 23. Through the timeline, if you really weren't ready to overcome the condition, a duality in which your soul has lived for thousands, if not millions of years. The key to healing trauma is to simultaneously fully feel, experience, and express emotions while remaining emotionless. Since you have already had similar traumatic experiences and have replaced them many times, mostly unconsciously, you are now ready to come to a dispassionate understanding by looking at the bigger picture, see the timeline in front of you and choose to have a different experience. Timeline healing is often useful for clearing phobias and physical reactions to the environment that are not caused by events in this life. For example, asthma can be caused by a past life in which the soul was buried under an avalanche and suffocated. By healing the ego in a past life, you can quickly remove asthma in the present life. We'll revisit timeline healing in Chapter 4, when we discuss techniques for healing soul fragmentation. Past, present, and future selves. The soul as you know it is beyond time and space. So its energy can be embedded everywhere within the time/space continuum. You can have soul aspects in the past, present, and future, in different worlds and dimensions. When they are in many time loops and dimensions, this is called soul fragmentation. Souls are fragmented for many reasons, which will be discussed in Chapter 3. If you have fragments of the self in other realms of time, they often get stuck in past or future lives. You might say that you have fragments of the self lost in time. If the soul fragments reside in alternate timelines, potentials, or probabilistic realities, they are called parallel lives. You have 12 main soul aspects, one for each level or dimension of the universe. If parts of your 12 primary soul aspects were fragmented into different dimensions, they are called fragments of the other dimension's self. How do you recognize the difference between primary aspects, fragments of another dimension, and parallel lives? You possess 12 major aspects of the self, along with numerous smaller parts, corresponding to subplanes of 12 dimensions. These aspects are part of the dominant timeline or what you are experiencing right now, although you may not be aware of them. All the main aspects work together like a complete symphony, organizing and managing your life. If some aspects are fragmented, the level at which the fragmentation occurred will become out of balance and reduce the effectiveness of creating your desires in the present life. The most common level at which fragmentation occurs is emotional. If you are emotionally fragmented, it means that fragments of your emotional body are scattered throughout the universe, or at least around the Earth. In Chapter 4, we will explore techniques for recovering lost soul fragments. On the other hand, parallel lives represent different possible and probabilistic timelines that may intersect with the dominant timeline, but have not yet manifested in your external reality. Going back to the earlier example, as soon as you express a strong intention to raise your hand, the action becomes part of the dominant timeline. The physical aspect of the dominant self feels the lifting of the hand. You also have numerous parallel lives based on other options that you can consider, but cannot influence. One of the parallel selves can remain with its arms down. Another can pick up an object and throw it away, and so on. Although it is theoretically possible to have an infinite number of parallel selves, the one that gets the most attention will become the most real one. Usually, you can 24. Connect to parallel lives as described in one of your Hollywood movies Sliding Doors. In a fantasy representation of alternate timelines, a woman was in a hurry to get on a train and did so in one scenario, but in another she missed it. The film then shows a series of implications of each scenario. Using the tapestry analogy, you have a thick, bright thread that represents your dominant timeline, and then it splits into two smaller threads that go in different directions, divergence. Right now, humanity is living several parallel lives. In one, the souls on the people continue to ignore the warning signs of pollution and resource exploitation. And, as a result, go through difficulties. In another scenario, souls, a significant number of souls, begin to take responsibility for cleaning up the earth and have a very different and more positive experience as a collective soul. The same scenarios can be applied to war and peace, or to any other major decision involving a large number of people. About 60 years ago, you were granted a divine dispensation that prevented the self-destruction of humanity as a result of the use of nuclear weapons. At this point, the dominant timeline does not include the global nuclear holocaust. In the parallel world, there is no dispensation. That parallel reality split into two different realities. In one, the button is pressed, which caused large-scale death and destruction. In the other, a peace treaty is signed, which prevented destruction. Individual souls on Earth often say that they feel their alternative selves have done something very different from the dominant selves. For example, if the soul is alone, directed inward, and if a person wants to enter into a relationship, they may feel that they have an alternative self that can easily connect with other souls and create a wonderful loving relationship. Just as the scenarios described in the previous paragraph may diverge, they can also converge. If enough attention is paid to the development of a lonely soul's self-esteem, it can experience an outwardly directed self and create many loving relationships in its dominant timeline. The power of the parallel self depends not only on how much energy and focus you put into a particular scenario, but also on how large the soul fragments that have gone into the parallel reality are, as well as how likely that reality is to connect with other souls. A soul choosing between two equally desirable actions can have two very strong probabilistic realities that express both positions. On the other hand, if one of the actions is undesirable, the parallel reality in which the soul takes this action is very small and represents a tiny probability. This means that there is not much energy in it. It is a weak thread in the tapestry of time and space. Every time you imagine yourself doing something, you create an alternate self. It exists in parallel dimensions of the past, present, and future. For example, if you are single and want to get into a relationship, you have a parallel self that is in the relationship. Essentially, the parallel self exists in a different realm of time and space, though not in the dominant timeline or what you call physical reality on Earth. Aspects of the self, soul fragments, they can branch out into alternate timelines and alternate locations in space. This means that there may be parts of you that are stuck in the past, future, or parallel dimension of the present. For example, if you experienced a particularly bad breakup in a relationship 10 years ago, a part of your soul may be stuck in that time zone. In this case, your self of 10 years ago has separated from the present self. And now you have one self living in the present and one self living 10 years ago. We Arcturians wish to express these ideas in several different ways so that you can fully grasp the difficult concept of possible and probabilistic realities. So let's put them in a slightly different way than in the paragraphs above. You may have heard someone say, "I'm very absent-minded today." This is an indication that only soul energies are present here and now. The remaining part is fragmented in the time and space of parallel realities. The more the soul is scattered, the less. 25. The power and energy available to create what you truly desire in this life. You can collect fragments that have been lost in time and integrate them into your own image, being and experiencing greater peace, power, and creativity. In some cases, the soul is unable or unwilling to fully integrate past fragments of itself. In others, the real self may be in contact with a segment of the past self and even channel from the past self. There are souls on Earth today who are channeling from past life versions of themselves. From a nonlinear perspective, both versions exist right now, in the eternal moment of now. The above is also true for the pit. Here is a common shamanic practice, to enter the contact with the self of the future and transmit information that benefits the self of the present. As soon as you express an intention or strong desire to move in a particular direction in life, you create a future self that has already reached the goal of the present self. This is based on what quantum physicists call the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Before you have expressed a free will decision, there are an infinite number of possible future timelines. But as soon as you direct your energy to a specific action, you form a dominant timeline, and all other timelines collapse into a new reality that you have formed. Yes, there are other realities in the infinite web of time and space, but as long as you don't change them, you can't change them. You will not begin to give energy to one of the other realities, but they will remain potentials or probabilistic timelines. For example, let's say you live in London and want to go to Bombay. Right now, the trip to Bombay is the dominant timeline of the future. But soon you will learn about many negative things. Learn about the noise and chaos in this city, and instead of going to Bombay, you decide to go to Cusco. Now, life in Bombay is losing energy and becoming a possible timeline instead of a probabilistic one, and Cusco is becoming part of a new dominant timeline. Once you know what you want to create, you can connect with the future self that exists in that timeline. You can bring the future self into the present and communicate with him or her as you are used to communicating with a spiritual guide or teacher. In some cases, you can channel information from the future self. And several souls are doing so right now in the world. You may ask yourself, how does this fit in with the theme of soul integration? All of your past, parallel, and future selves exist in the eternal now moment, and all are accessible now. By going back to the past or moving into the future, you can extract the energy of your past and future selves and bring it into the present moment. You can channel this energy into your current physical body. For example, if you have a future self that is very successful in business, you can bring the energy of business success back in time, to the present, and enjoy experience of success in business. This technique is called connecting to the future timeline. By bringing the power and energy of your past, parallel, and future selves into your body now, you create soul integration and begin to manifest your limitless potential as a sovereign being. You can observe the results of fragmenting yourself into the past or future. Souls who constantly think about the past or the future have almost no energy to cope with the current problems. Worrying about the future does two things. It attracts negative experiences to you, because that's what you're thinking about. This fragments the soul in such a way that some of its energy lives in the future that you are so worried about. Consequently, you have less energy to deal with what needs to be resolved in the present to avoid the future you are worried about. Think about it the next time you're tempted by anxiety. To sum up, souls can be fragmented in different times and dimensions. In other words, you can have parts of yourself in the past, present, and future, as well as on different levels and dimensions of the universe. We'll discuss the concept of parenting later. Souls, and their relationship to the fragments of your soul that wander through time and space. 26. Throughout this book, we will revisit these ideas from time to time. For now, let me give you a chance to digest what we and the founders passed on. It was a great pleasure to discuss timelines with you. We are Aksharians. Many blessings. Higher Self and Spiritual Guides. Greetings, this is Cell's Higher Self. We are now going to deal with a vital topic. The difference between the higher self and spiritual guides. Your souls have higher and lower aspects. By learning to tune into your higher nature, you will discover a rhythm and beauty unique to you. You will become aware of and familiar with your higher self. All sovereign beings in the universe are multidimensional and have lower and higher Aspects. Your higher aspects are able to communicate with the higher aspects of other souls. Whether they are in human bodies, disembodied, or sovereign beings. From other worlds or dimensions. As you grow and develop, it is important to distinguish between different forms of soul energy and levels and dimensions in which it works. This is especially important when you seek advice from your higher self or spiritual guides. Can you distinguish the higher aspects of your own soul from those of other souls? Although all souls are part of the same being, there are infinite varieties and unique patterns of light within it. As you move along the path of soul evolution, you will enter a state of consciousness where every being entering your space will be exactly the one to help you along your path. This is usually always the case, but sometimes soul lessons involve developing the ability to recognize. In other words, sometimes souls may not be right for you and you should ask them to leave. If you don't know the difference between the levels and dimensions of different souls, it will be difficult to know who to keep and who to send away. Let's start with the difference between your higher self and spiritual guides. If you understand the difference, it will be easier to recognize who and what you need. The subconscious mind can influence and even try to convince you that you are in contact with a particular being or beings, when in fact, it is communicating with you. Your own subconscious mind. This means that the subconscious mind must be distinguished from the unconscious mind. By delving into further details, the subconscious mind can convince you that the lower level spirit is an ascended master or higher dimensional entity. Therefore, one should also see the difference between the subconscious mind and lower level spirits, disembodied entities. Therefore, in the following pages we will discuss all these topics. As you move along, you will learn to recognize the soul signature of every creature you encounter. In the meantime, we ask you to use the litmus test that we have suggested in each of the books to determine the difference between the levels of vibration and, consequently, the types of creatures. Here is a short version. When you are in contact with a being or form of consciousness, ask yourself the following questions. Does this being or energy contribute to my spiritual growth? In the presence of this being or energy, do I feel more alive and aware? Does this being or energy encourage me to think for myself? Does this creature or energy leave me space to move at my own speed? How do I feel after communicating with this being or energy? You can ask that. Only perfect and necessary energies, thought forms and entities be attracted to you or enter your personal space. Conversely, you can ask to leave, temporarily or permanently, from your space any energy, thought forms and entities that are not perfect and do not need you. In order to recognize the difference between the higher self and spiritual guides, you can use the following information. 27. First, spiritual guides will almost always be introduced by name or class. Usually in the very first sentence. For example, greetings, dear creators, we are the founders. The higher self is rarely represented. And if he does, he simply says, I am the supreme wisdom of the one known as your name. Second, spiritual guides usually come when they are called or requested. You can see them in meditation and seek to connect with them. They may be present in your space just to stare or observe you, but rarely do they start talk until there is an urgent need for intervention, which your soul has already agreed to on some other level. On the other hand, the higher self is always available and will often intervene if you have called upon it. When you learn to meditate regularly and use the power of summoning, see next page, you will be able to recognize the energetic difference between the higher self and spiritual guides. In this channel, the higher self appears as a beautiful, shining golden light. light similar to the divine golden shining loving light, and different spiritual guides have different colors, patterns, and textures, and also call themselves by name. As for the difference between loving spiritual guides and unloving ones, loving spiritual guides view you as an equal. They don't push, condescend, or judge. If you think the creature is judging you, ask it to leave, or make sure it's not the ego that's talking to you. In short, we will look at specific invitations to prevent unloving spiritual guides from entering your space. If you are a clairvoyant, you will notice that loving spiritual guides are pleasing to the third eye, often painted in soft pastel colors, and will send soothing energy into your body. Unloving spiritual guides are made up of darker colors and leave a feeling of frenzy or heaviness. When it comes to the higher self and spiritual guides, there are many options. It happens that spiritual guides put pressure on the soul connected with the earth. This can be a soul agreement or, if spirits are involved, a partial or complete possession. Truly loving spiritual guides are always willing to provide the space you need to learn the lessons of your soul. They will not try to force you to do anything, they will not push or get into the inner parts of your auric field. But, as is often the case, there are exceptions to the general rules of communication between earth souls and spiritual guides. This includes situations where the higher self of one being can interact directly with the higher self of another being. In Chapter 3, we will explore various ways in which spirit guides can communicate with earth souls, including research, obsessions and entity bindings, as well as situations where other souls may mix with your soul energy. How to connect with your higher self. The higher self contains all levels and dimensions of the self above the seventh. This includes the soul, the supersoul, the monad, the Christ-like or Buddhic self, the individual divine self, and the universal self. The divine self. Simply put, we will refer to all these levels as the higher self. The easiest way to summon the higher self is to visualize the golden light descending from the heavens and entering the crown chakra at the top of the head. You can then visualize the golden light moving through all the chakras and parts of the physical body, healing and purifying all cells as it travels down into your arms and legs. If you are sitting, you can imagine this energy leaving your body through the base of your spine and entering the ground. To invoke your higher self, you can use the following invitation. I am now invoking the love, power, and wisdom of my higher self. Come, beloved higher self. The highest level of the higher self is the golden shining divine presence. While visualizing the golden light, say the following words. 28. Now I call upon my golden, radiant, divine self. Flow into every cell of my body. A more structured way to invoke your higher self is to first enter meditation and start taking deep breaths. After a couple of minutes of breathing and relaxing, say, I am now invoking the divine, radiant, loving light. Completely flood my being. Ask for total and complete protection for all levels of your being. I ask for the divine shining loving light entirely in. Fully protect me on all levels of my being. Then use the following invocation. I am now invoking the power and presence of my higher self. Beloved higher self. Open up to me. Share yours with me. With love, strength, and wisdom. Thank you, beloved higher self. Then calm down and stop the internal dialogue. Be open to whatever comes into your mind. It is important to practice these techniques for a few minutes each day until you can recognize the presence of the higher self. You may want to write down some words or ideas that come up during your meditation. When you invoke your higher self, the higher aspects of your soul merge with the lower ones. They help the lower aspects align so that you can integrate the many facets of your soul more easily. There are many factors that affect your ability to stay in contact with your partner. The goal of most spiritual teachings is to help remove blocks on the path to higher level awareness. It is not enough just to teach about the higher realms. If you're overwhelmed with negative emotions, thoughts, and beliefs, it's like teaching high school math to a first-grade student. Or a better analogy, it's like trying to teach enlightenment to a physically starving person. If you feed them first, they may have the energy and focus they need to benefit from your teachings. Thus, before you can gain higher frequencies in your earthly existence, healing and purification of the levels of the self is necessary. Most readers of this book have been involved in the healing process for some time. That is why we can now give more detailed information about the deep nature of the soul and its many changes. And now we are responding to many requests on how to get in touch with spiritual guides. A short answer is offered below. Contact with spiritual guides. In essence, spiritual guides are divided into several categories, levels, and vibrations. Soul family members to help you remember who you really are. Their goal is to help you connect with your higher self. The soul family includes your twin flame, primary soul family members, secondary soul family members, and extended soul family members. These topics will be discussed in more detail in the next chapter. And souls who are not members of your soul family, but are assigned to work with you in this life because they have specific information that is vital to the lessons that your soul wants to learn. This includes your personal spiritual guides and guardian angels. Souls from higher dimensions, voluntarily assigned to you as teachers. This may include enlightened guides who were previously in physical form in this or a past life, as well as ascended masters, angels, archangels, and enlightened aliens who can help you grow and evolve. And the members of your spiritual lineage. It is a group soul complex consisting of aspects of your higher self, the universal divine self, and up to the various levels of your oversoul. You can think of them as members of the soul family on a higher level. Members of related spiritual bloodlines. These are physical and non-physical teachers, gurus. 29. Masters and guides who belong to spiritual orders, such as the Melchizedek order, of which you have also been a member in this or past lives. In addition to voluntary spiritual guides, there are mentors who may not be on the job. 100% divine loving light, determined to help you whether you ask for their help or not. These include disembodied blood family members still attached to the earth plane, before leaving for the next incarnation. Disembodied entities from your past or future, non-blood family members, who are still attracted to you after coming out of their physical incarnation on earth. Disembodied entities roaming the astral and etheric planes. They are looking for a human soul to cling to for a sense of energy and light. Such souls have forgotten to return to their light and feed primarily on your light. Disembodied entities that intentionally cling to you to heal past karma or avenge past wrongs. Disembodied or sovereign entities seeking to control or suppress your energy for personal gain. This category may include negative extraterrestrials and astral entities who crave the power, control, and suppression of other souls. Thought forms created by different beings. Thought forms created by your subconscious mind. Actually, thought forms are not exactly spiritual vehicles, but in some cases, they can imitate spirits, depending on the intensity and characteristics of each particular thought form. The subconscious mind can project images of spirits and convince you that you are communicating with real beings, when in fact they are projections of your own thoughts. How can you tell the difference between thought forms created by yourself or others and real Spiritual guides? As you gain experience with spirit guides, you will quickly recognize the difference between real and imagined spirits. Below we offer a few tips. As you seek to explore and understand your subconscious mind, as well as your emotional and psychological patterns, you will learn about yourself, including all the ways in which you trigger external events and relationships. In meditation, as you watch your lower levels attract attention, you become aware of their energy as they interfere with attempts to communicate with spiritual guides. As a summary, let's look at the difference between your ego's thoughts and your consciousness. Higher self, does the thought mainly concern your personal life? Is it related to the safety or well-being of the physical body? Does it include some form of approval from others? Do you care what others think of you? Does the thought contain a sense of fear? Does it include an excess of strategy and planning? Does the thought trigger anxiety about the future? Does it cause unpleasant sensations in the body? Is he trying to convince you of something? Does it give you the feeling that you are leaning towards the desired lifestyle and refusing to look at things that might threaten it? Of course, a negative entity can also trigger a similar thought, but it is more likely that it comes from the subconscious mind or ego. In order to reprogram the subconscious mind, we suggest using meditation or the techniques of summoning the higher self given above. They are also useful for minimizing disorders of the subconscious mind and ego. You can ask the same questions when you learn to distinguish between a real danger and an imaginary one. Ask yourself objectively, if you're not in immediate danger or don't feel the need for immediate action, these may be habitual negative thought patterns that affect your ability to assess the situation soberly. 30. Can you trust your higher self to protect you from real danger? The higher self will speak softly, calmly, and to the point, without creating confusion or excitement. Lofty thoughts combine and simplify reality, low thoughts complicate the situation. As you listen to your higher self, you will feel light, expanded and more energized. Calm and clear at the same time. You'll just find out what's best for you, without rampant curiosity. Your mind won't endlessly scroll through what-ifs. Information from the higher aspects will flow into the mind and suddenly be there, without too much noise. You will only need a small amount of effort, or none at all. If you hear a voice, it will not try to convince you of something, but may gently remind you to let go and trust. Most often, body sensations will tell you who you're talking to. In order to recognize the difference between your thoughts, high or low, and those of spiritual guides, we suggest that you carefully read the following few paragraphs about invoking spiritual guides. Often, a proper prompt clears up confusion. Benevolent spirits will be happy, help to gain clarity, and will speak directly and to the point about themselves and the universe. There will be no hidden ideas or conflicting information. Even if they are wrong about something, which happens because of the free-willed nature of this world, they will easily admit it, without reflection, justification, or excessive explanation. Here are the steps to inviting spiritual guides. In light of the vast variety of spirits that can attract your attention, it is important to start by inviting psychic and spiritual protection. If you are not attacked by negative entities, the best way to invoke protection is to ask the divine golden shining loving light to completely flood your entire being and surround you with a protective shell. After protecting yourself, take advantage of the invitation below. I now call on my benevolent and loving spiritual friends. Yandex Metrika Guides. Dear ones, open yourself to me. Teach me your love and wisdom. Support me with your presence. Thanks, beloved spiritual guides. Then relax and stop the internal dialogue, allowing the energy of the guides to enter your awareness. You may need to meditate and invite many times before you become aware of your spiritual guides. They may come as images formed by your mind, you may hear verbal messages, or simply feel an energy different from the energy you felt before. With practice, you will learn to recognize the difference between the energies of spiritual vehicles, the energy of the higher self and the energy of the subconscious mind. Many souls have multi-level spiritual guides. A typical list of vibrations of the spiritual vehicles of the individual soul includes and 2 or 3 primary spirit guides, usually from 7th density, and the 5 primary members of the soul family plus 1 twin flame. These creatures can be from many levels, but usually from the 6th to 8th density. A small group of 7 th density angelic beings. A 1 or more well-known archangels and ascended masters from 8th density. 1 or more 9th density group soul complexes. 1 or more 10th density group soul complexes. 1 or more 11th density group soul complexes. And in some cases, a CO creator being from 12th density. In addition, some souls are guided by deceased blood members of the family. If they were highly aware and developed during their incarnation on Earth, they can help as sovereign beings from the etheric or stellar planes, densities 5 to 9. However, if they have had many unresolved emotional and mental problems or have not been developed beyond 3rd density consciousness, they are likely to emerge from a disembodied state in the astral planes. This means that they have a limited awareness and ability to help develop your soul. When you invoke protection, the best practice is to invite them into your space. Includes inviting only those energies, entities, and thought forms that are 100% real. 31. Divine Loving Light. This automatically eliminates disembodied entities that have not evolved above 3rd density. This does not mean that you cannot communicate with your departed loved ones who are in a lower vibration. It simply means that if they are not developed enough, their energy will have little or no effect on you. You may be called upon to help disembodied fragments find their way to the parent portion of souls already in the loving light of God. This is guiding the dead into the light. You all have a parent part of your soul that is safe in the hands of a lover, the light of God. While on earth, you have the ability to bring the parent part of the soul into the physical body. This translates into what mystics call divine consciousness. For many souls on earth, it is very difficult to bring the parent parts of the soul into the physical body. For this reason, there are a number of preliminary or intermediate stages that the soul can take advantage of. For example, channeling the higher self or helping the higher selves of spiritual beings. Yandex. Metrika guides. This also includes specific contracts with other souls, commonly known as substitutions and partial transfers. We will move on to these topics shortly. In the next chapter, we will discuss the difference between disembodied and sovereign entities. For now, think of the disembodied entities as bits of the soul that have separated from the parent part of the souls, small fragments scattered throughout the universe. Don't worry about your ability to understand these concepts, because as you continue reading this book, many of the differences will become clearer. Replacing spiritual guides who no longer serve you. As sovereign souls on earth, you have the right to accept or reject spiritual guides. Sometimes you have well-intentioned guides who want the best for you, but are not able to provide what you need for the next steps on the spiritual path. You may have outgrown them, or you may simply be moving in a different direction from their area of expertise. Benevolent, kind, and loving spiritual guides may feel a little sad when you first tell them that their ministry is no longer needed, but they will never be resist or get angry. They understand that they must go where they need them most. They are not tied to your approval or that of anyone else. Therefore, they will honor your request to leave and make way for other spiritual guides more appropriate to your lessons. In some cases, they can negotiate with new guides who have taken their place. In other situations, you can consciously call on the guides you want to work with. Still, it's best to ask your higher self for help in replacing your spiritual guides. Use the following invocation. I am now releasing my spiritual guides. Thanks, beloved guides, for serving me in the growth of my soul. Now, dear ones, go in peace to your next assignment. Thank you, beloved spiritual guides. Then take advantage of the following invitation. I am currently replacing former spiritual guides. I call new guides, perfect, useful and suitable to my spiritual growth, happiness, and well-being. Come here, beloved beings of light. Thank you for your service. If some spiritual guide causes trouble in connection with leaving, take advantage of an enhanced removal process, such as invoking the white light instead of the golden one, and praying for the removal of all negativity, such as Kadosh, 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 Adonai of hosts. In the section on dispelling negative entities, we will talk more about this. If your spiritual guides try to push or force your will, it is a sign that they are not 100% the loving light of God. In such circumstances, 32. Always use the call below. I encourage you to work with me and help me on my spiritual path. Paths are only those energies, thought forms, and entities that are 100% pure percent. They are the loving light of God. Thank you, beloved ones. Beings of light. And you can use the following invocation to remove any vehicles that are not fully light. I am now asking for all energies, thought forms, and entities, not me. If you are guided by the 100% loving light of God, leave immediately my space, forever and completely. Thank you, beloved ones. Creatures. For now, let me briefly review how to integrate the 6 lower levels of your brain. Creatures. This channel conducts seminars on this topic in all parts of the world, so if you have the opportunity to visit them in person, we strongly recommend that you do so. In the discussion of the topic, we ask you to take part in the beloved Leah. We are Sal's higher self. We are pleased to present you this section of the program. Many blessings. Healing and alignment of the 6 lower bodies. Greetings, beloved ones, this is Leah. Once again, we are very happy to spend time with you. The channel asked to talk about the 6 lower bodies. The 6 lower aspects include the physical, emotional, mental, astral, etheric, and causal bodies. When one or more of these levels are out of balance, diseases, illnesses, confusion, and lack of energy occur. When the 6 lower bodies are healed, aligned, and integrated, you naturally manifest strong creative and spiritual energies into your inner and outer realities. The channel and its spiritual guides, the founders, have already provided information about the levels of being. But we feel an urgent need to bring up this topic again and again until it is firmly rooted in your consciousness. Below, we examined the levels from a slightly different perspective than suggested in previous works. Note, in addition to the section below, in Chapter 4, we have suggested some healing techniques that are appropriate for each of the 6 lower levels of a being. Physical body. The first and most obvious level is the physical body. We have already offered specific tips on how to maximize the health of the physical body. Therefore, we will not delve into this topic now. Here are the steps you need to heal your physical body. Breathe freely and deeply, taking a deep breath. Practice rebirthing, primary therapy. Fire breathing, pranayama, kundalini yoga, and other practices that include deep breathing. These types of work help to increase the amount of oxygen in the blood and help to remove harmful substances from the system. Live a calmer life and take your time getting work done. Take regular breaks from repetitive activities, such as frequent breaks from sitting at the computer or talking on mobile phones. Minimize the time spent in front of the TV, live or travel to places with high vibration. Minimize your stay in big cities, especially at sea level. Surround yourself with souls that are committed to the spiritual path and vibrate harmoniously with the frequency of your soul. Eat clean, fresh, and completely organic food as often as possible. The body will regulate itself, but usually eat about 50% raw food and 50% cooked food. If possible, drink clean, fresh, spring water, or at least reduce the amount of water you need. 33. Chemical components in water. Drink nano-ionized or crystal structured water with a pH of about 7.5. Neither distilled water nor Kangen water with a pH of 9,5 is recommended. If you want, you can mix half spring water and half Kangen water with a pH of 8,5. In most cases, RO water is better than tap water, but it is also not ideal due to the lack of minerals. Exercise regularly, including walking and soft body movements, such as yoga or tai chi. Excessive exercise in aerobics, jogging, short distance running, and dancing is usually bad for the body. Although there are some types of dances that can be practiced indefinitely. These are ethnic folk dances, sacred round dances, Sufis, and dances of the universal world. Kundalini and chaotic meditation dances, tantric sky dances and similar practices are very useful, but their daily performance should be limited. Swimming, cycling, mountain climbing, gymnastics, weightlifting, life support equipment, running, stairs and other types of athletics can be done every day, but in moderation. When the body starts to feel tired, it's time to stop and rest. Many people are obsessed with exercise. They are trying to achieve a perfect body, whatever that means. If the exercise is not fun, turns into a struggle with yourself, or does not bring the expected results, you may have overworked. Explore motivation. The true purpose of exercising is to increase the flow of energy flowing through the body and increase tone, and not to achieve an imaginary standard of quality based on society's projections of what is sexy, strong, and attractive. Practice sending love and appreciation to the physical body every day. A good morning exercise is to stand naked in front of the mirror and send love to each part. The physical body. Do massage, rub down, Reiki, or other healing sessions at least once a month. Or more often if you feel the need or have suffered a car accident in the past. If you have had parasites in the past or feel heavy, do a bowel cleanse or body cleansing program 2 to 3 times a year. Bowel cleansing should be done infrequently and with proper preparation, including the subsequent use of probiotics. If you have been taking antibiotics for the last 3 years, probiotics are recommended. Anyway, consume green powders, spirulina, chlorella, barley, wheat, kelp, and so on, multivitamins, and mineral supplements made from raw organic foods, in powders or liquids, not in tablets or capsules. Use herbs, essential oils, and other products derived from natural sources. Use natural shampoos and lotions, without chemical impurities. Live in buildings made of natural materials. If possible, live in circular, pyramidal, or domed buildings, rather than square or rectangular structures. Get a tan, but keep the use of sunscreens and sunscreen creams to a minimum. Avoid tanning beds. Half an hour a day of direct sunlight is recommended for at least 60% of your body. Do not sunbathe through the glass. If you can, spend time in parts of the world where there is plenty of sunlight for at least 6 months of the year. Take at least 2,000 units of vitamin D3 daily, but no more than 10,000 units. Preferably in combination with vitamin K2. Minimize the use of mobile, cellular, phones, and if possible, use a protective screen. Listen to melodic uplifting music. Attend music events, dances, and uplifting ceremonies. Go out into nature, listen to birds singing, and enjoy the clouds, trees, and flowers. Spend time in the gardens. Spend time with your pet or pets. Wear clothing made from natural fibers, such as cotton or wool. Avoid 34. Polyesters and synthetics. Allow your body to breathe. Sleep nude or in light cotton pajamas. If possible, avoid bras, women, and ties, men. At night, keep light and noise to a minimum. Sleep on a comfortable mattress. Ventilate the house so that it is neither dry nor wet. Regularly monitor the amount of mold, mildew, or chemical irritants around you. Use natural cleaners. Reuse low-carbon surfaces. Have lunch with your family and friends. Arrange meals together. Make friends with your neighbors. Hug more. In addition to all of the above, we recommend avoiding genetically modified foods, including non-organic canola oil, soy, or corn oil. Monosodium glutamate, message, E621, E622, and E623. Aspartame, sucralose, and other artificial sweeteners. Refined sugar, sucrose. High glucose corn syrup. Preservatives, including E600. Food additives of the E900 series. Fluoride in water. Mercury in vaccines or silver in fillings. Excessive X-rays. Mammograms if no problem is expected. Excessive electromagnetic pollution, living near power lines, mobile phone towers, and so on. Inharmonious music. Noisy transport. Domineering and demanding people. Highly stressful jobs. Lack of sunlight and isolation from nature. Anything that makes you tired, drained, nervous, anxious, or afraid. This also includes most prescribed and over-the-counter medications. Always consult a professional physician before starting or stopping any medication. Use of so-called mood-enhancing medications, such as marijuana, LSD, mescaline, psilocybin, ayahuasca, cactus, pedro, DMT, ecstasy, and so on, is only appropriate during sacred ceremonies, in the presence of an experienced shaman or medic. These substances may be useful in awakening certain centers of perception, but it is easy to become addicted to the sacrament and develop a psychological addiction. All the states obtained through the use of these substances can be achieved without them, although this is more difficult. Accidental ceremonial use can only have a curative effect under the right circumstances and in the presence of the right people. Keep in mind, many of these substances are illegal in most parts of the world. The world, and your physical body does not benefit from spending time in a foreign prison or dungeon, despite any lessons learned from this. In addition to the above, it is important to remember the following. Usually, the physical body doesn't like sudden changes. Those including this channel, who travel a lot need to keep this in mind and take care of their bodies. Take a day off from your trip before getting involved in work, making appointments, or taking part in events. If possible, take a day off before traveling. Learn to recognize the difference between illness and ascension symptoms. Ascension symptoms are sensations and reactions in the physical body that occur as a result of high temperatures, vibrations flowing into the earth at this time. Most souls who go to a doctor for these symptoms will find that they are in perfect health according to the canons of medicine. This does not mean that you can ignore the constant pain or abnormalities in the body. We recommend using all available forms of healing, including allopathic medicine. For broken limbs or serious infections, it is appropriate consult a doctor. The use of holistic methods prescribed by naturopaths and other professionals is highly recommended. But, as always, do not become overly dependent on any medicine. Chiropractic is often very useful, but it can be overused. Any good healer will encourage you to heal yourself and not depend on him or her. A list of physical healing techniques can be found in our previous books, at a local holistic center, or on a computer in various sources. We recommend that you sign up for the Life Extension program and receive newsletters about natural medicines. Now, let me draw your attention to the emotional body, the level of self that is the biggest problem for most souls on earth. Emotional body. Perhaps the most difficult of the lower bodies to heal is the emotional body. This is because emotions are magnetic in nature. And you know that. It takes a lot of energy to separate the magnets. Therefore, if you have negative emotional patterns, they will remain in place until you apply a little effort. Tremendous effort and attention to heal them. Healing emotions are also insidious, because you don't want to think about them or drown in them. In all the previous books, we have mentioned the 2 steps that lead to emotional healing, and for beginners, let us repeat the formula. Here is a short version. You must feel, experience, and express your emotions while remaining dispassionate and viewing them from a higher perspective. Those who are unable to remain emotionless will often indulge their emotions and get stuck in them. Such people are referred to as kings or drama queens. These are souls who always express emotions, but never resolve them. I'm a total misery. Isn't that awful? Life is a bitch, and so on. These are the main choruses of emotionally attached souls. Being in the company of such people is devastating, or at least frustrating. Despondency, as if everything in life is an attempt to resolve something. That's the brand of those who are caught up in the web of emotions. There is always a problem that needs to be resolved. You will never see a day of peace or tranquility. Souls caught up in emotions, always waiting for a trick. Their minds are constantly preoccupied with what-ifs. They can't go anywhere without first handing over a million cases, just in case something bad happens. If they are talking to you on the phone, the first 15 minutes will be spent listing all the bad things that happened to them that day, or they will start crying for no apparent reason. There is nothing wrong with expressing emotion if it promotes resolution. But without a higher perspective, nothing is allowed. Meditation, dispassion, and seeing the big picture are essential for healing emotions. However, souls who are too dispassionate and forget to feel emotions become cosmic scholars and intellectuals sitting in the ivory tower, of which there are so many in your world. These are people who talk about emotions, think about emotions, but never really feel them. You can analyze life, try to calculate it, predict it, and anticipate it, but if you don't feel it, you're not living. Even those who practice Taoism fall into this category. A trap. They convince themselves that they have evolved beyond emotion. Now everything is perfect, clear and calm. But without emotions, life becomes boring and colorless. Sooner or later, repressed and rejected emotions will come to the surface, and perhaps in the most inappropriate way. 36. Beware of gurus and teachers who seem to have gone beyond their emotions. 1. Of our favorite teachers is Krishna. Why? Because he and his merry followers are always jumping, dancing, playing music and having a good time. They express emotions. The Bible says that Jesus often wept and laughed. Nowhere is it mentioned that he was stoic, impenetrable, and boring. Although the monks' chanting can be transformative, some of them have sacrificed some degree of life force for renunciation. We don't understand any religion that denies emotions. In fact, in the previous works of the channel with the founders, he talks in detail about Luciferianism. The short definition is, any religion that renounces emotions. It is worth noting that fundamentalist Christians bear little or no resemblance to Jesus in the Bible. The Bible, he accepted his emotions. Accepting your emotions is the first step to healing negative patterns in your emotional body. All emotions have a cause, but trying to identify it through the intellectual mind makes it difficult to truly understand what lies beneath the surface of your feeling. There is an excellent method of determining whether you have unresolved emotional problems or not. If you have a physical body, and we assume you do, since you use it to read this book, you also have unresolved emotional issues. The difference between an emotionally enlightened individual and one who is ruled by emotions is very simple. An enlightened person identifies with the higher self and sees emotions simply as one level of human experience, no better or worse than others. An enlightened soul might say, I am a powerful, creative, spiritual being who is temporarily experiencing Na'at. While the unenlightened being states, I'm an evil person. An unenlightened person sees himself in terms of anger. For him, anger is a part of himself, not just an experience that needs to be experienced, understood, and resolved. In other words, he begins to identify with anger. All emotions are the movement of energy through the body. Strong emotions cause heavy traffic. It is important to be aware of the energy and observe it, without judging how it reveals itself and what is behind it. In most cases, negative emotions arise from a belief in separation that goes back to the root cause. There are also many secondary emotions that seem to hide the root cause. For example, if you feel angry, you assume that someone or something threatens your well-being. In turn, this belief comes from a belief in separation. If you know that you are a powerful, creative, and spiritual being, you also know that no one and nothing can threaten your health, well-being. Of course, in this world, the body can be threatened by either natural or man-made disasters, war, pollution, and so on. An emotionally enlightened person is aware of this and takes appropriate action to protect the body, without resorting to constant pleas for safety, shutting out someone's love and compassion, or living in constant fear of what might happen next. The body has its own built-in mind. It senses danger faster than the intellectual mind. If the emotions are healed, the physical sensations are very sharp and will warn of possible real danger. Fear is not caused by real danger, but by old emotional patterns that trigger the fight or flight response in the human body. As long as someone doesn't point a gun at your head, or you don't trip over a tiger's den, or your boat doesn't sink in a violent storm, right now you're not in any real danger. Yet there are different forms of fear working beneath the surface of your consciousness. When healing emotions, it's important to be a true scientist. Explore the sensations. Find out what causes them. Watch them move around your body. What triggers them? What is the connection between the body with your mind and emotions? What belief system is involved? We are not suggesting that you go into intense psychoanalysis or become obsessed with your feelings. However, when negative emotions appear, ask your higher self to help you understand the emotion. Be with her. Become one with her. Love her. Then let her go and return to your true self. 37. Closely related to the emotional body is the mental realm, which we will now explore. The mental body. In previous books, we have described in detail the root negative beliefs that cause the most negative emotions to arise. We offered different root healing techniques. Negative beliefs, including hypnotherapy, guided visualization, affirmations, reprogramming the conscious mind, and so on. In Chapter 4, we'll look at these techniques again. The following is a list of the most common negative root beliefs that prevail in humanity. Almost all negative thoughts and emotions are based on them. I'm not good enough. I'm worthless. I don't deserve happiness, love or prosperity. There's something wrong with me. I'm in danger. The world is dangerous. Life is a struggle. Life is a complete disappointment. Isn't that enough? I can't have what I really want in life. If you dig deep enough, you will see that they all arise from the root negative belief of separation from God. You can see the root negative beliefs in action right now, choosing a life situation when you didn't know what to do. Pay attention to what you say. Tell yourself about this situation. See if your perceptions are based on one of the above beliefs. If you often use the words I can't, this is a clear indication that the perception of the situation is colored by one of the root negative beliefs. In addition to the various tools and techniques described in this and previous books, and in numerous other works, it is important to ask yourself the following simple questions. What would the higher self do in this situation? How would it react to it? If I know that I am a powerful, creative, and spiritual being, what should I do? The mind has three components: subconscious, conscious, and superconscious. The subconscious mind stores all experiences as a memory. It is also responsible for various automatic functions, what your body does, which does not require attention, heartbeat and blood circulation. The superconscious receives messages from higher dimensions and translates them for the conscious mind. The mind is like an hourglass, in which the conscious mind is represented by a narrow middle part. It continuously receives information from the subconscious and superconscious, but at any given time it is able to filter and process only a small portion of the information. You can think of your subconscious mind as a computer's hard drive, and your superconscious mind as a computer's hard drive. On the Internet, the conscious mind is a monitor. The root negative beliefs are deeply embedded in the subconscious mind of most human souls. One reprogramming technique involves turning them into positive statements. You can say the following, but it is much more effective to get them in the form of autosuggestions in a hypnotherapy session. Positive statements that are opposed to the root negative beliefs may include the following: I'm handsome, talented, and pleasant. I am complete and complete. I am a powerful, creative, and spiritual being. I love everything about myself. I deserve happiness, health, and prosperity. 38. I'm safe in my higher self. I live in a bountiful universe. Love is enough for everyone, including me. I do what I love, and I get paid well for it. In addition to the exercises in Chapter 4, we suggest reading the previous books. In them, you will get a more complete picture of what the mind is and how it works. Now, let's move on to the astral body. The astral body. In the system model of this channel, the astral body differs from the etheric body. Think of the astral plane as roughly equivalent to the vibration of the physical plane, but with aspects higher or lower, below the physical vibration. On the other hand, the etheric body is in a higher vibration than the physical body. The astral body looks like a fiber optic network of filaments of light extending in all directions from the physical body and connected to all other forms in the universe. The astral body is proof that we are all connected. It is both a blessing and a curse, depending on your perception, as it means that you are connected to all the great master beings of creation. It also means that you are connected to the darkest consciousness in creation. To some extent, every soul on earth is aware of the astral planes, although they are not always defined by this name. When someone says, "She has good vibrations," or "I feel bad vibes coming from her," they are attuned to the astral dimension of the soul. Within the astral body dimension, there are many sub-planes. One of them is obvious when you sleep. Although most dreams belong to the mental body and are simply subconscious recycling or processing by the subconscious mind. In addition to everyday problems during sleep, a significant number of dreams involve astral travel. The astral dream body has many abilities that the physical body does not seem to have, such as teleportation, psychokinesis, time reversal, and the like. In the dormant state, the astral self is able to communicate with other astral beings. In a dream, you can visit someone on the astral planes, and, in fact, you and a close friend or family member can share dreams. If you are highly conscious and aware in your dreams, you can remember visiting each other in a sleepy state. In many ways, the astral worlds are similar to the physical worlds. This channel can draw a detailed map of many astral locations corresponding to physical locations on Earth. Ground. In some cases, in the astral world, some details are complicated, others disappear, but the correspondence is preserved. Each time you visit the astral plane, it will look roughly the same as in previous visits. In the astral realms, time can expand and contract. When it expands, an hour on the physical Earth may seem like several days or even weeks on the astral plane. You can also feel the contraction of time, when a few minutes on the astral plane correspond to several hours on the physical Earth. It may seem that the astral aspect of the soul visits and communicates with you like spiritual guides. It is important to learn to distinguish the voice of the astral self from the real spiritual vehicles that live on the astral planes. Again, practice is the key to becoming aware of your astral self. It has a unique but compatible vibration that you will recognize the more you meditate and become aware of your own energy patterns. Some teachers often refer to the upper astral planes as false heavens, because they are beautiful and attractive to the seeker who does not use proper discernment. Whether visiting the astral self or traveling through the upper astral planes, pay attention to the sensations of the physical body after the experience. Also notice the quality of the transmitted information. If you experience lightness, expansion, and peace after awakening or listening to the soul aspect, then contact may come from the etheric or higher planes, rather than from the spiritual plane. Astral ones. If you feel shivering or tingling, irritability, agitation, or nervousness, you may have made contact with the astral plane, even if you perceived beautiful colors and patterns. Remember that the astral planes have roughly the same vibration as the physical planes, in terms of spiritual evolution. So hanging around in the astral realms won't get you very far on your journey. Nevertheless, the astral self is a vital part of creation. It connects you to everything in the universe and reminds you that you are one being, expressed through billions of individual souls. In the following chapters, we will discuss several ways to heal the astral body, including additional information about psychic and spiritual protection, and also what happens when you are possessed, implanted, and interfered with by negative astral beings. The etheric body, also called the electric body or electromagnetic body, the etheric level of the self, includes the aura, chakras, and meridians, places of concentrated energy located throughout the physical body. Unlike the astral body, the etheric level is at a higher level than the physical body, a higher frequency than the physical one. While the colors on the astral plane are sharp and vibrant, the colors on the etheric plane are more soft and pastel. The etheric body contains the template of the physical body. Many physical conditions, including diseases, originate in the etheric body template and then gradually descend into physics. As you ascend, the etheric body becomes more and more accessible, until it becomes the dominant level of expression in your life. The fifth density state of consciousness involves the union of the physical body with the etheric body. The physical body is then transformed, becoming immortal and immune to the environment. Eventually, as long as you continue to evolve on the etheric planes, the body becomes a luminous crystal structure. This is why the ascension teachers speak of building an etheric crystalline body of light. Before the crystal body of light is fully formed, there must be a significant integration of the different levels of the soul. The physical, emotional, mental, and astral levels must be almost completely healed. However, to ascend, you don't need to be perfect. Thanks to the divine dispensation, discussed in detail in previous publications, the requirements for ascension have been reduced. There are many techniques available to change the etheric template of the soul. Once the template is reprogrammed for health and vitality, it doesn't take long for the physical body to respond. This is why energy healing techniques, such as Reiki, recovery, and acupressure are so effective if performed properly. The etheric body is out of balance due to injuries in this or past lives. Intense experiences such as accidents, sexual abuse, torture, cruelty, and the like can be imprinted on the etheric body as sanskaras that eventually affect all other lower bodies. Therefore, many techniques designed to heal the emotions and mind are also suitable for healing the etheric body. These include aura cleansing, chakra balancing, rebirthing, bioenergetics, quantum touch, theta healing, and others. Some techniques will be described in detail in Chapter 4, as we explore specific ways to integrate the soul. The causal body. The sixth level of the soul is the causal body. It is not fully understood by most teachers on earth. As the name implies, the causal body has a causal relationship with other bodies. This means that whatever is shaped within this energy affects all other bodies. 40. This explains why there are so many unexplained and incurable diseases on earth. When there is an imbalance in the causal body, it manifests itself in other bodies. Specialized doctors and healers often look for the cause of the disease in other bodies, without taking into account that the root of the problem can often be located somewhere else. The causal body is a part of the soul that carries past life memories, karma, soul agreements and contracts, as well as various imprints, implants, and other energy patterns. A significant part of healing many souls involves resolving karma and past life issues. Many times we have said that karma is not a punishment for sins in a previous life. You can't go back and suffer for something you did in a previous life. It's not like that at all. In fact, karma has two definitions. One of them is the law of cause and effect. Law, cause and effect falls under the same category as the third law of thermodynamics in physical science. You might say that this law determines the effects of the soul's actions, but in reality, it is a different form of the law of attraction. The law of attraction states, the energy that you emit and radiate from your being determines the energy that comes back to you. It may not return to the so-called full extent, or according to some time schedule, or in some specific way. However, the reality you experience depends on your state of consciousness. If you radiate loving thoughts, you see a loving world, or at least see in the suffering and pain the need for more love. If you emit loving thoughts, loving people will be attracted to these thought forms and to you. Loving thoughts will reach people who ask for love to heal their sorrows. Therefore, you will experience more love in your life as well. This is a basic and well understood principle, but not always practiced daily by truth seekers. Obviously, the same is true for those who radiate negativity. Sometimes, the karmic powerful backlash of a group of people sending negative thought forms does not manifest as specific physical events directly related to the content of the thought forms. For example, if you radiate anger, it can manifest as a disease in the body or a general distrust of people, resulting in fatal decisions in business or something else. Obviously, the law of attraction has a tit-for-tat aspect. If you pick a fight in a pub or tavern, others will start fighting too. This is a direct relationship between cause and effect. Since the what you sow is what you reap aspect of karma is well understood, we will not devote much time to it, except for periodically giving examples where necessary. Another aspect of karma is as follows. As souls go through the wheel of reincarnation, they want to learn specific lessons. If it takes more than one lifetime in the physical body to learn a particular lesson, the lesson will be repeated in the next life or in subsequent lives. For example, let's say your soul wants to learn all about harassment and control. To fully learn the lesson, you will need to be both the oppressor and the oppressed. Although you can to experience both experiences in the same lifetime, often this is not practiced. Therefore, in this case, in one lifetime you can be born as a rude ruler who does not care about his people and plunges them into slavery and dictatorship. In another life, you can choose to return to the role of the oppressed and controlled by this regime. Coming back as an oppressed victim does not mean that you are being punished for a life lived like a pig. It simply means that the soul has not finished learning the lesson and wants to experience the dynamics of oppression and control from all possible points of view in order to fully learn the lesson. Finally, karma, or unfinished business, can be measured by the amount of soul experience needed for forgiveness. A person with a large amount of unresolved karma will experience many grievances and sorrows over many lifetimes. Such a soul can repeat the same destructive patterns over and over again and expect different results. As for the disease, our understanding is as follows. There are no states that you can't have. 41. To heal. This includes birth injuries, chronic illnesses, allergies, asthma, cancer, and diabetes. Regardless of the type, and almost all any other diseases known to the world. Yes, maybe the soul needs to learn a lesson related to the presence of the disease. Some people who are born with so-called defects come here to teach love and compassion for others, or to give them the opportunity to care for a sick person. In other cases, the soul may choose to become ill in order to develop other talents and abilities. For example, a blind person may want to learn clairvoyance. There are times when the lesson behind the disease is fully learned in one lifetime, then the soul gains the ability to physically heal the disease. Although one level of awareness suggests that the best approach is to accept things as they are, this does not mean that healing is impossible, regardless of the nature of the disease. If you were born with a birth defect, it's best to learn everything you can about the condition, why it happened, what the lesson was, how to move forward on the evolutionary path, with or without a birth defect. Be grateful for it, love it, and accept it, and be open to the possibility that future soul lessons will be learned without the help of others. Him. Perhaps one of the lessons of the soul is to learn how to heal it. There is much more to say about the causal body, but it is time to move forward. Some techniques for healing the causal body, explained in Chapter 4, include past life regression, working to restore lost soul fragments, timeline healing, and forgiveness. What happens when the physical body dies? This depends on the state of consciousness of the soul before death and several other factors. As we have stated before, the soul is fragmented into many levels and dimensions of space and time. In the process of dying, the soul leaves the body and can return to the parent part of the soul, which is on higher planes. However, if there are too many emotional, mental, and astral traumas, some fragments may wander and become entangled in the astral realms. Such parts of the soul sometimes appear in the form of ghosts, poltergeists, or other ghosts, and most often where the soul lived during life. If there are many unresolved relationships, fragments are visited by souls who were in a relationship with the departed person. Much depends on the extent to which the parent soul was present in the physical body before death. Souls that are highly fragmented in life can remain fragmented even after death. Many prophets and seers have said that a large number of human beings on earth do not have a soul. That's not so. What clairvoyants perceive is the fragmentation of less enlightened souls. In fact, only a small part of the total energy of the soul is present in the physical body. To maintain life in a physical body on earth, a certain amount of soul presence is necessary. When a soul incarnates on earth, a significant portion of the soul remains in the higher realms, as a guide or educator for the part of the soul experiencing physical incarnation. Roughly speaking, the parent part of the soul is equivalent to the higher self, and for most practical purposes it can be thought of as the higher self. From a formal point of view, the higher self and the parent part of the soul are not the same thing. The parent part is the seventh density aspect of the self that remains separate from the earth plane. And the higher self includes levels from the 8th to the 12th of the full self. Generally speaking, the parent part lowers enough soul energy to revitalize the body and activate the emotional, mental, astral, and etheric aspects of the soul on earth. Sometimes, during the birth process, a part of the soul sinks further into the fragments of the physical body, causing the appearance of multiple personalities and other disorders. When the incarnating part of the soul is unable or does not want to enter the body at all, the following ailments result: epilepsy, autism, oligophrenia, stupor, slow physical development, and so on. Through different processes, fragmented souls 42. They can collect their fragments and combine them in the main part of the soul exploring the earth. This process is called soul restoration. Although formally the parent part of the soul remains in the higher realms, the earth aspects of the soul are able to merge into the parent part and achieve full soul integration while living on earth. This is one of the purposes of this book. To demonstrate the possibility of integrating all aspects and becoming one with the parent's soul self. In order for a person to live on earth in a physical body, the physical body, must have a certain percentage of the total soul energy is present. The more energy the soul has in the body, the healthier and stronger it is, and the more successfully the soul will cope with the problems of earthly life. When the fragments of the soul begin to return to the parent part in the higher realms, the body becomes decrepit and dies. This explains why many older people experiencing declining health begin to see other worlds, often the worlds of deceased loved ones. Elderly souls want to be reunited with relatives and friends who have already left the earth plane, and this hurries the elderly soul's departure. Insurance companies make fortunes on the fact that couples who are married for a long time will leave one after another within a few years, regardless of age. When attracted to the earth plane, such couples exchange soul fragments, and when one member of the couple dies, many fragments of the partner's soul go with him or her. This reduces the life force energy of the partner left on earth and often causes the remaining partner's health to rapidly collapse. In terms of soul integration, the most difficult thing is sudden deaths. Although the parent one, a part of the soul often anticipates an unexpected death, but the personality, ego, rarely does. Therefore, in a sudden death, large fragments of the soul can split and go in other directions, depending on the type of death. The soul aspect embodied in the personality, ego, may not like the sudden change, and it will be difficult for him to come to terms with what happened. Usually, several large fragments of such a soul wander around the earth plane for months, and sometimes years, in search of the parent part. It is often very useful for relatives of a person who has died suddenly to try to get in touch with the lost fragments and send them out into the light. Normally, a soul cannot reincarnate until a sufficient number of fragments return to the parent part in the higher realms. However, in the troubled astral regions surrounding Earth, there are always exceptions to the rule. Souls who manage to reincarnate in a highly fragmented state may return with an abundance of emotional and psychological problems seemingly unrelated to the soul's upbringing in this lifetime. If the soul originally left Earth in a disaster in a previous life, the reincarnated soul will be prone to disasters and constant getting into scrapes. This is because the original event is not healed, and the parent part continues to draw the attention of the embodied fragmented part to it. The parent part of the soul in the higher realms has great knowledge and wisdom, but not full awareness. The parent part cannot foresee every possible twist and turn in the life of its earthly expansion. While it can offer a lot of help and support to the earthbound part, there are many examples where it is not able to help. This is one of the reasons for the presence of spiritual guides and helpers from multiple levels. Generally speaking, in terms of consciousness, souls that have separated from the earth plane will go to places with a vibration similar to that in which the soul lived on earth. In other words, in the interval between lifetimes, a kind, loving, and compassionate soul will go to the kind, loving, and compassionate realm. Or rather, the part of the soul that left Earth after the death of the body will connect with the parent part in a loving, compassionate sphere. If there is too much negativity in the outgoing soul, reconnecting the outgoing fragments with the parent part is problematic. Such fragments will go to the level of the astral sphere, which contains the same emotional and psychological difficulties that the soul faced on Earth. That's where the ideas of purgatory and hell came from. The soul is still learning, even though it no longer has a physical body. 43. Usually, the parent part of the soul will do everything possible to reconnect with the fragmented parts, but integration is extremely difficult if all the earthly experiences are reduced to rudeness, negativity, and cruelty. In such cases, the parent soul will wish to continue the earth experience in the hope of solving many problems. So the fragmented parts can come together successfully enough to reincarnate, but the drama will continue in a different body. After leaving the physical body, it usually takes a minimum of 3 to 5 Earth years for the soul to reincarnate. If there are a lot of unresolved issues, the process may take longer. Souls rarely remain disembodied for more than 20 years, even if they have unlearned lessons or residual karma accumulated in their most recent incarnation. For a disembodied soul, the time is quite different. To a soul between lifetimes, a few Earth years may seem like a few weeks. If the soul has completed all its lessons on Earth, and then chooses to leave the body, it will be reunited with the parent part and go to higher stellar planes, to the present ones, the heaven mentioned in the scriptures. This process is called spiritual ascension. In this case, there are no longer any individual fragments wandering around in the universe. All the pieces from all the time contours and dimensions have been collected, and now the whole completed soul is reunited in the higher planes. Then the soul has options to separate a part of itself again in order to return to the physical body. But this time everything happens voluntarily, since there is no unresolved karma. Such a soul may choose to return to Earth to assist other souls in reaching the state of ascension. This category includes many teachers of our time. Returning to Earth after ascension does not automatically guarantee the absence of new fragmentation and new karma. As you know, life on Earth can be very difficult, and there are too many opportunities to fall back into duality and darkness. Forced reincarnation. From a nonlinear perspective, there is no such thing as a forced decision of the soul, but from a human perspective, it seems that you have no choice whether to incarnate or not until you reach the state of ascension. You can liken it to the law of gravity. When you are in a physical body, you seem to have no choice but to obey the law of gravity. However, if you have learned to overcome the Earth's gravitational field, you will realize the existence of higher laws that displace gravity. Until you ascend above fourth density, you will be subject to the law of reincarnation. But once you know everything about fourth density, you can enter higher realms that do not obey the law of reincarnation. In theory, you can explore everything your soul wants to know about the higher worlds in a single lifetime. Ideally, you would keep your physical body for as long as you need it, and then either take it with you to higher dimensions or leave it behind. However, as you know, in the lower realms, the ability to keep the body young and healthy is affected. The second law of thermodynamics. In other words, in the lower realms, everything wears out and eventually dies if you don't inject it with spiritual energy from the higher dimensions in order to constantly recharge it. In ancient times, it was possible for certain worlds to maintain their physical form for thousands of Earth years, but in the modern world, it is problematic for many souls to stay in the same body for more than 100 years. The higher your awareness as a soul, the faster you will learn all the lessons. Most people have spent many lifetimes studying war, poverty, struggle, sacrifice, suppression, control, slavery, and other forms of suffering. Over time, from a higher perspective, you began to realize that they meant nothing. They are based on the illusion of separation from God and the possibility of an attack from outside. As soon as you begin to realize that you are mired in illusions, you realize that during the descent into darkness you have accumulated a huge negative experience. So you start a long end. 44. It's a difficult process of healing lives that have accumulated negative karma. After all, you're working through most negative lives and balancing enough karma to get out of the wheel of reincarnation. Through forgiveness, good deeds, love, and compassion, you stop generating karma and become a positive force for others in the world. From now on, you are free to move into other realms and dimensions of experience. However, your great love for humanity and compassion for suffering souls will encourage you to stay with them. Land, not go somewhere else. Let's take a closer look at this choice. Voluntary implementation. To go beyond the law of reincarnation/karma, it must be thoroughly understood, its limitations discovered, and how to deal with them. In other words, you must invoke a different law that transcends the law of reincarnation/karma. As you reach a certain level of awareness, you discover that love, compassion, and forgiveness are the tickets to escape the maze of forced lives. You reach a point of development where you learn spiritual ascension by going to the star planes after your Earth incarnation and evaluating whether you want to voluntarily return to Earth, land or not. In most cases, you choose to go back because you see how your clients are suffering. Loved ones don't know where to go or what to do. You know that you need to help bring light to a world drowned in darkness. If you are reading these words, chances are that you will voluntarily return to Earth to help people awaken from the sleep of duality. In fact, most of you can be called a star seed. This means that you have spent most of your incarnations in other worlds, in different levels and dimensions, and already know everything about peace, prosperity, and joy. In addition, you have spent a lot of time in worlds free of war and suffering. You are now here on Earth to bring knowledge and wisdom on how to live in harmony to a struggling humanity. The first priority is soul integration, because you know that the whole, complete, and integrated soul is omnipotent, wise, and loving. You know that your light is huge and beautiful, and can change the world. It is not a messianic ego complex, to think that you can wave a magic wand and the suffering will disappear. This is not self-aggrandizement or self-affirmation. It is the conviction that you are Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Buddha, Muhammad, etc. The Christ of this world. Voluntary incarnation does not happen without problems. Those who have consciously come to Earth are often impatient with those who are still caught in the snares of duality. You may have forgotten that the soul in the early stages of development does not believe in the existence of a choice of research subject, and whether to return to the body incarnation again and again or not. To begin with, they simply do not know about reincarnation. Most likely, the souls who voluntarily return to Earth remember their past lives, but those who are stuck in the wheel of reincarnation are not. You may even remember spiritual ascension at the end of one or more previous lifetimes. In most cases, it is easier to remember what you did on Earth than life on other worlds. To some extent, the forgetting is intentional. Star seeds feel like strangers on Earth. Outsiders strange, unusual, or unadapted. They feel that their home is somewhere else, but they can't say exactly where. If they remembered everything, it would be difficult for them to stay on Earth as they would miss their soul family and friends in other worlds. People often ask this channel where they are from. You are from God, you are from the universe. Majority. You have spent hundreds, if not thousands, of lifetimes on different planets and dimensions of the galaxy. Some even lived in other galaxies. Others spend their first lives on Earth, but most have lived dozens of lifetimes here, including those at the end of great civilizations, such as Atlantis and Lemuria. Your DNA is a conglomerate of all the places you've been as a soul. What your scientists call junk DNA contains configurations of Pleiadians, Arcturians, and Sirians, Andromedans, Orions, and many other star systems. As you ascend, you will begin to remember 45. Their lives on the planets associated with these and other stars. Spiritual ascension. Technically, spiritual ascension occurs when you have completed the earth lessons of the soul, decided to leave the body and go to higher realms. Many teachers, mystics, sages, gurus, priests, yogis, and so on have chosen this way of leaving the earth plane. After being released from the earth plane, you have the choice of either voluntarily reincarnating, remaining in a disembodied state and serving as spiritual guides to other souls, or continuing to evolve in higher dimensions. In the third option, you can reincarnate on another planet, vibrating in a higher density. In this case, you can manifest the body or leave in an existing form, through a process known as substitution. Since the soul is liquid-like, flexible, and capable of fragmenting into many parts, you can choose a combination of the above options. One part of the soul chooses to become a spiritual guide for suffering souls on earth, another part chooses to incarnate in the fifth density world in the Arcturus system, and a third part will spend time in the higher realms with members of their soul family. As a result of spiritual ascension, you have the choice to preserve all the parts as a whole and become a sovereign being in higher dimensions, such as an ascended master on the star planes. This provides the opportunity to simultaneously help many souls in many different realities, levels, planes, and dimensions. In most cases, ascended masters will serve as guides for Earth souls who have almost completed their karmic lessons and are preparing for spiritual ascension. In rare cases, they will voluntarily reincarnate on Earth, maintaining their integrity, in order to provide support to others. Even greater impact on awakening Earth souls. Such beings often become the lights and seers of the current era on Earth. Physical ascension. Up until recently, take your physical body with you to the higher realms. It was extremely difficult. Now, thanks to the current divine dispensation, which has been described in detail in previous writings, millions of evolved souls can move directly into the light without going through the process of death. One of the advantages of this method of ascension is that you can continue to interact with the beings of Earth, but no longer be bound by Earth's laws. The second advantage is that you don't need to reincarnate to explore the Earth again. As you know, reincarnation is a difficult process, as you have to relearn how to walk and talk, and try to remember what you have already learned before your new life. Therefore, most of the energy, at least in the first part of the voluntary life, is devoted to relearning what you have already learned in past lives. To physically ascend, you need to integrate most, if not all of them, fragments. The parent soul must enter the human body so successfully that it can regenerate the body's systems faster than they are destroyed by the second law of thermodynamics. Approximately 0.3% of humanity is on the path to physical ascension, roughly 1 out of every 300 people. Staying on track doesn't automatically guarantee success. You can also fall into duality, get into a catastrophe, or something will cause physical death. However, if you truly strive for physical ascension, you will achieve it in this lifetime, even if your physical body is now 80 to 90 years old. There is nothing wrong with choosing spiritual ascension over physical ascension. You may decide that it is too difficult to restore the physical body, especially if it is now sick and decrepit. But don't dwell on the fact that you are powerless to decide your own fate. You are a powerful, creative, spiritual being, even if your physical body has not yet cleared all the negative karmic patterns of many lives in darkness. 46. There are many techniques for achieving physical ascension. However, keep in mind that this is a normal natural stage of soul evolution, and therefore, in fact, you don't even need to learn it. All that is needed is to remove all the obstacles that you have piled up in the way of the normal, natural process of evolution. This channel periodically hosts seminars on physical ascension, and we recommend visiting one that is held in your area. If you focus on bringing higher frequencies into your body and periodically recharging it, you will attract into your life exactly the techniques, methods, workshops, and people that will serve as catalysts for the ascension process. We are Leah of the Galactic Confederation. We hope that you have enjoyed the section on the 6 lower bodies of the being and have a better understanding of what happens after the death of the physical body. Now, to summarize the first chapter, we return to the higher self of this channel. To summarize: greetings, beloved ones, says Sal's higher self. The first chapter covered many of the issues explored in previous works. We apologize for the verbosity to those who have read previous works. However, you will notice that a large sum, if not all, of the material presented in this chapter was worth reviewing again. You will also see that many questions were examined from a slightly different perspective than before. We offered a lot of new ideas and concepts. So let's summarize the most important points. The soul itself is an integral, complete entity, but at the same time it consists of many pieces or fragments that reside on many levels and dimensions of time and space. From a nonlinear point of view, they all exist at the same time, but in linear time, it may seem that some parts of you are stuck in the past, or the future, or in distant worlds or other dimensions. Soul integration is the art of bringing all the parts into alignment so that they can work together as one being. It is desirable because when you are whole and integrated, you have the power and ability to create the world you really want. Although you are endowed with free will, your will is not really free as long as parts of you are stuck in duality and in the wheel of reincarnation. Later chapters will go into the details of the many soul configurations you may encounter during your journey. They will also help you understand and heal energy patterns that no longer serve you. We aim to help you integrate many parts. We are Sal's higher self, and we send you many blessings. Chapter 2: Kindred Spirits and Twin Flames. Once again, we welcome you, dear ones. This is Sal's higher self. Soulmates and twin flames, these are the questions that most interest you, at one time or another. You might think that the answer to them is very simple, but it's not like that at all. For a developing soul, relationships are the highlight of life, and if they were easy and simple, you wouldn't continue to grow and evolve. You would not go deep into yourself and look for where you are blocked, where you have invested your energy, and where you are fragmented. The possible relationship configurations are incredibly complex. The reasons will become clearer when we identify the difference between soul division and soul fragmentation. Again, we have briefly covered this topic in other writings, and now it is time to go a little deeper. Soul division. In the beginning, there was a god/goddess/all that is, the sum total of all creation. The Creator decided to know 47 behave as separate parts. Therefore, he divided himself into many souls and other life forms. The pieces were holographic imprints of the true Creator. In other words, they were not fragmented, but were fully integrated souls that had come out of the past divinity. You can liken this to biological reproduction, where cells split and divide into separate organisms that then become sovereign beings. In turn, further beings are divided even more, and new sovereign entities appear. In the case of souls, everything works according to the 12-point system. This means that the usual soul division configuration consists of groups of 12. Think of it this way. Mother/Father/God is divided into 12 parts. Then each of the parts was divided into another 12 additional parts, giving a total of 144 parts. Then each of the 144 parts was divided into 12 more parts, making 1,728 parts. As a sovereign being, each of you is part of the 12 souls that were born to the parent soul that you created. We call it the Super Soul. This means that there are 12 souls who share the same Super Soul, which in turn originated from the same parent being. Note, here, the use of the word parent should not be confused with the concept of the parent part of the soul in the higher realms discussed in Chapter 1, although in both cases they refer to the greater part of yourself in the higher realms. And below that are the 6 lower bodies. Soul division involves levels 7 through 12. If you look at the top of the family tree or bloodline, all the way up to level 12, you will find primordial souls that have emerged from divinity. In other words, since your souls belong to the 7th level, above you, between you and divinity, there are 5 levels of souls. Then you could calculate that the number of souls in the universe is 125 souls. But that would be wrong, even though it makes perfect sense. As always and throughout the creation, the theme has variations. Only souls now living on Earth shared more times than others. Souls can share without going down to the next lower level of vibration. You have souls that are related in a direct line. This means that every time the soul divides, it goes down one level of vibration. There is also a type of division, when the soul branches out within the same level. For the sake of simplicity, we will not give separate names to these types of soul division. In previous works, we meant that each division caused a drop in vibration by one level. Although this was originally the case, at the beginning of soul individualization millions of years ago, it is different now. For example, you might have 1,728 7th density souls that descended from 144 7th density souls, which in turn evolved from 12 7th density souls that emerged from 1/8 density oversoul. The 8th density oversoul, known as Lord Sananda, the Super Soul of Jesus, has divided 3 times. Currently, there are 1,728 souls that have Lord Sananda as the direct Super Soul. This partly explains why so many souls identify with Jesus and even believe that they were Jesus in one of their past lives. If the soul was not shared between incarnations, you would say that you are a direct incarnation of the previous life. If there was a division, you would say that the creature from the previous life is your direct relative. In the case of Jesus, there are 1,728 souls who have Jesus as a direct relative. The souls that divide and emerge from the Oversoul are complete, sovereign beings, created as holographic images of the Creator. The mere fact that they were born from a higher order being does not make them any less significant creations of God than the first beings who emerged from divinity billions of years ago. Since this topic is very difficult to explain in human languages, we are going to repeat what we have already said. So please stay with us. Souls that have emerged from the Supersoul, Supersouls that have emerged from the Monad, Monads that have emerged from the Christ-like or Buddhic self, Christ-like and Buddhic selves that have emerged from 48. The individual divine self, and the individual divine selves that have emerged from the universal divine self, they are all related in a direct line. It is believed that the souls that have emerged from the Supersoul are members of the same soul family. That is, the 12 souls that simultaneously emerged from the Supersoul are the primary members of the soul family. Souls born from the same monad, but from different supersouls, are members of the secondary soul family. There are usually 144 members of the secondary soul family. Souls that have emerged from the same Christ-like or Buddhic self, but from different monads, are called members of the extended soul family. There are usually 1,728 members of the extended soul family. In addition to direct line kinship, there are actually other types of kinship, depending on how the souls originally appeared. This information can be a little confusing to human minds that are used to the concept of a single family tree. In this case, the souls can be divided both vertically and horizontally, meaning that the Supersoul can divide into 12 souls repeatedly, and the 12 original souls that emerged from the Supersoul can in turn divide 12 times. This means that you have 144 souls that have come out of their Oversoul process. It can be repeated 3 times, that is, there are 1,728 souls that have emerged from one Oversoul. How and when are souls shared? If the division is vertical, within a straight line relationship, as defined above, it occurs when the Supersoul, along with the divinity, decides to expand itself outwards into the universe. Since this universe is a universe of free will, there is no such division now. It can happen once in a million Earth years, or once in 10 million, or once in 100 million. If the division is horizontal, that is, if a multiple of 12 souls continuously emerge from the same Oversoul, the process will begin when the original 12 seventh density souls reach level 8 consciousness. You could say that they are given the choice of remaining a single sovereign being or splitting up into 12 new souls. While this isn't entirely accurate, it's enough for now. Don't get discouraged if the information seems confusing. Once you reach level 7 consciousness, it will make more sense. In essence, we are planting seeds in your mind that will bear fruit later. However, this discussion is somewhat useful right now, as it acts as a catalyst to propel you on your path. Differences between division and fragmentation. Soul fragmentation only applies to individual souls that have emerged from the Oversoul. By definition, fragments are not complete, and sovereign souls. They are pieces of the individual soul that split off from the parent part of the soul for various reasons. If the reason for fragmentation is such that the parent part of the soul can remain in higher realms, the fragmentation is considered voluntary. A fragment that is put into human form to explore Earth or another lower density planet is called a primary fragment. If fragments have separated from the parent part of the soul as a result of trauma, strained relationships, cruelty, emotional attachment in families, during the death of the physical body, or some other ego-related dynamic, then fragmentation is considered forced, and such fragments are known as secondary. Soul fragments can travel through time, space, and other dimensions, depending on the size and energy matrix of each fragment, as well as the purpose of fragmentation. They can attach to other parent souls or even other fragments belonging to different souls. Later, we will explore the specific relationships that resulted in soul fragments separating from the parent piece and attaching to other souls, or soul fragments. There is no direct relationship between the division and fragmentation of the soul. One is not the cause of the other. However, there are some similarities. While the divisions of the soul are entirely holographic images of the Creator, through which he descends down the levels, the fragments of the soul retain only holographic images. 49. Characteristics and lose others. For example, fragments are more or less conscious. In other words, they are self-aware. Essentially, because they belong to the parent part of the soul, they are connected to it and have access to the knowledge, memory, and experiences of that part. They may even believe that they are part of it, especially if they have grown up in a society that does not recognize the existence of psychic abilities or alien lives. If you believe in existence only the human self and ego/personality, you can consider that the primary fragment of the soul is all that is. Then you will find it hard to believe that you are an infinite, creative, spiritual being with a parent part in heaven. Theoretically, fragments of the soul have access to the consciousness of other fragments belonging to the same parent part, but in practice, such awareness is rarely demonstrated. However, it means that you are able to fluctuate between different aspects of the self, or in some sense change personalities. What actually happens is the following. The ego/personality changes self-identification from one fragment of the soul to another. Ego/personality is an illusory construct and does not exist in the literal sense of the word. However, the ego can be identified with the primary fragment of the soul associated with the physical body, or with other secondary fragments. In the so-called human being, the ego is identified with the primary fragment of the soul embodied on earth. Souls are able to integrate their fragments at any time, for any length of time. Temporary enlightenment experiences, satori, are experienced when different fragments of the soul are present, align with the parent part, or when the primary and secondary fragments are quiet enough to allow the ego/personality to identify with the parent part of the soul, or when the ego/personality is sufficiently weakened to allow the parent part of the soul to enter more fully into the physical body. In a fully integrated soul, the parent part is aligned with the primary fragment on earth. The ego/personality will obey the parent part and the primary fragment. Think of nesting dolls inserted into each other. The smallest doll is the ego, the second doll is the primary fragment, and the third, containing the first and second, symbolizes the parent part of the soul. Of course, there will be an even larger doll containing all three, the supersoul, and an even larger doll symbolizing the monad, and so on. Oversouls. The oversouls reside in the 8th density of creation, one level above the individual souls. While it might seem that individual souls are initially born out of divinity at the 7th vibrational level, often referred to as the home level, they actually appear with an already built-in bloodline with a linear map. For example, you might say that they separate from divinity, passing through the 12th, 11th, 10th, 9th, and 8th levels before becoming aware of themselves as 7th level beings. However, from a non-linear point of view, they appeared as level 7 creatures and simultaneously divided into higher levels as described above. We apologize for the difficult explanation of the division of the soul, since your human languages do not have words to adequately describe the actual process. The best analogy we can use is this. You are the leaves of the tree, your supersouls are the smaller branches. The monads are the larger branches, and so on up to the tree trunk, the universal divine self. Individual 7th density souls who have completed their journey to the lower realms can progress beyond level 7, to level 8, the oversoul realm. They will experience a sense of merging with the supersoul, but in reality, they have become their own supersoul and are now able to generate additional sets of individual souls. As such oversouls work through the higher dimensional group soul aggregates, their abilities as creators become more and more limitless and powerful. Universal. When they reach the 12th level, they are called creator gods and are able to generate not only individual level 11 divine selves, but whole ones as well. 50. Universes, each of which consists of billions of galaxies. According to our founding teachers, there are over 100,000 creator gods who have created new universes. Some universes are similar to your universe, others are very different from it. As the founders have repeatedly stated, from a nonlinear perspective, you are already complete. Complete, 12-dimensional beings. In linear time, you are fourth density. Beings moving through different levels and dimensions of time and space. From a linear perspective, the potential of the 12-dimensional self is hidden in the distant future, but from the perspective of the eternal now, you are already a limitless, complete being, functioning in all 12 dimensions. So you are already capable of creating the universes we are talking about. Allow me to go back to the soul level, because you have a lot to understand before you can realize your abilities as a creator god. As an evolving, earthbound soul, you will feel that the super soul is communicating with you, just like one of the primary spiritual guides. You may feel that you are in contact with an older family member or a wiser being who is similar to you. The higher self. The super soul generates 6 pairs of twin flames of individual souls. At the same time, there is a parent soul remaining in 8th density. You might say that every individual soul has the same 8th density self. These 12 souls are members of the group soul complex known as the supersoul. When do souls divide? What triggers soul division? Such decisions are almost always made in the higher realms, by the oversouls and their parent part, the monad. When it is found that the monad has learned all that is possible to learn in the present situation in relation to the lower worlds, and new experiences are desirable, it is divided into supersoul groups for the purpose of exploring the lower worlds even more deeply. When the supersoul wishes to explore the lower realms even more deeply, it is divided into 6 pairs of twin flames of individual souls. Imagine that you have 12 hands instead of 2. In addition, there is a magnificent facility similar to the lower worlds, which can be understood if you perceive it from 12 different angles. Right now, you can grow 12 arms and start exploring the object. If you have seen deities of certain religions with multiple hands, you will be able to visualize it. Now, each hand is immersed in one aspect of the object under study. Usually, one of the 2 members of the twin flame will incarnate in the lower realms, while the other remains in the higher realms as the spiritual guide of the embodied soul. Also, the oversoul's decision to separate can be triggered by the time periods in which the planet is submerged, such as Earth at the end of one era and the beginning of a new one. This partly explains why there are so many souls on Earth right now. Another reason for the recent surge in birth rates and population growth is that many beings from all over the universe want to experience life on the planet during the shift, because they are curious about what will happen, or they have been called upon to help those who are suffering. Group soul aggregates. As you know, individuality is preserved in the first 7 levels of creation. And, in essence, your true self is a 7th density individual soul. This is where your spark of God resides as you pass through all the levels and dimensions of external reality. Above the 7th level, a completely different evolutionary process takes place, which is difficult to describe in earthly language. This is the main reason why it is researched and written about by only a few teachers. You will find many references to the Oversoul in Jane Roberts, Seth's materials, and several stories and short stories that mention it in passing. Also, Some channels describe their contacts as collectives or group soul aggregates. We are now going to take a deeper look at the aggregates of the group soul and hope to shed some light on this mysterious topic. 51. The main reason for the confusion is as follows. Your linear minds are used to thinking about reality on 3 levels, which we intend to call adaptability, conformism, individualism, and unification. Third, density humans have a dominant reality. Adaptability. You adapt to certain beliefs, systems, prejudices, and lifestyles. When someone is different from the norm, they are considered strange, eccentric and even crazy. The advantage of conformism is that it is easy to control and manage huge masses of people. Sometimes this is useful, but usually not. The next level is individualism. It means doing whatever you want and when you want. This is essentially an unenlightened definition of free will. People get stuck at the level of individualism because they are afraid of the next one. If they move towards unification, the next higher level, they will lose their sense of freedom and diversity. They see unification as equalization, rather than seeing greater freedom. In essence, they confuse unification with opportunism. The confusion stems from the idea of subordinating individual free will to the will of God. First, the word submission is associated with waving white flags, as well as having an enemy who wins and forces them to do whatever they want. Even if you outgrow this fundamentally wrong idea, you still retain programming from past lives' adaptability. The rejection of individuality creates a fear of returning to conformity. The same associations are evoked by the idea of becoming one with God. It is as if you are being asked to give up your creative individual self and merge into a single, amorphous, uniform mass called God. Although group soul aggregates may be united souls doing the same thing, they are anything but adapters. They simply chose to work together to achieve goals and fulfill dreams that are difficult to achieve individually. Unification is a level 1 below the aggregates of the group soul. The very meaning of such an association implies diversity and individuality. The totality of the group soul is characterized by unity, diversity, and individuality. Each member of the group has free will and is a sovereign entity. However, such a group has chosen to unite minds and hearts in a way that far surpasses unification as it is understood on earth. It has one mind and one heart, although each member is completely autonomous and has free will. Think of the most tightly knit family you can imagine, and now amplify the feeling 100 times. Then you will get an idea of what the totality of the group soul is. To become a member of a group soul complex, you must have telepathy and intuit the needs of the group much more deeply than just anticipating the needs of others or even showing compassion for others. Although love and compassion are an automatic part of the group soul aggregates, they are just basic building blocks. As you grow, evolve, and return to your true self in 7th density, you will begin to experience the beauty and grandeur of the group soul aggregates. You already have one well-formed group, the soul family. Sometimes, in deep meditation, you can connect with her and experience a deep sense of family and togetherness with each member. Right now, take a moment to become aware of your soul family in the higher realms. Notice that they are watching you and loving you from a place deeper than your heart and wider than your mind. Know that you have never really left the soul family, you are simply exploring duality on earth while being safe and protected by the family. As you evolve into 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th densities, the group soul aggregates become a way of life, and you realize, on a deeper level than you are now, what unity is. How do you distinguish a group of souls from a group soul aggregate when communicating with beings from higher dimensions? While you are just beginning to discover clairvoyance, it is very difficult to answer this question. Most group soul aggregates will refer to themselves as such and not offer individual member names. An example of the totality of a group soul spiritual. 52. The guides of this channel, the Aksharians. They always come together to chat with the channel, and never associate themselves with individual names. Of course, they use the words we, our, us, but there are many other members of the groups who also use these words. In essence, we, the higher self of Sal, also use these words, due to the fact that we are several levels and dimensions of aspects of Sal, and not just one. When you get to know your own aspects and begin to recognize spiritual guides and soul family, you will understand the difference we are talking about. All of them have an energetic nature, something that is not easily explained in terms of concepts. Don't worry about not being able to connect with the soul family or other group soul aggregates. The very fact that you are reading these words indicates that you are beginning to be drawn into the energies and intentions necessary to have these experiences. Ask your higher self to reveal the truth of what we are talking about. Ask for a direct experience of different levels of the self. Then relax and allow these energies to enter your being. Once again, it was a pleasure to introduce you to these ideas. We will return to them many times in the following chapters. And now, to talk about twin flames. We invite the twin flame of this channel, Leah. We are Sal's higher self. Many blessings to you. Twin flames. Greetings, dear ones, this is Leah. Once again, it gives me great pleasure to speak with you. All the time that the Aksharians, founders, and higher selves of this channel have been communicating with you, we have also been with you. Now we will talk about a topic that is close to our hearts, mine and this channel, about twin flames. First, let's start with some facts that we hope will dispel the rumors. Yes, you have. There is only one twin flame, and no, your twin flame is not on Earth. Of course, there are exceptions. According to the Akashic records, there are approximately 58 pairs of twin flames on Earth at the same time right now. And right now, there are approximately 58,000 couples on Earth who think they are twin flames, but they are wrong. This does not in any way diminish or devalue the beauty of a loving relationship. On the contrary, many types of relationships are built on deep spiritual connections. And many such connections are organized by the twin flames of the partners involved. As we will soon see, there is a huge variety of relationships on Earth. Many of them involve a deep inner connection with souls from their own or similar soul families. In some cases, partners are strongly attracted because this is the only way that the souls involved fulfill their obligations to each other. Commitment in a relationship isn't always a good thing, but it's often necessary for couples to make it happen. We learn soul lessons that are not easy to learn one by one. The reason why there are only a few pairs of twin flames on Earth at the same time is very simple. Since life on Earth is inherently difficult, and it is so easy for souls to lose their way, most human beings on the planet need a strong incentive to grow and develop, and have someone very close to them to help them do so. The presence of one member of the twin flame pair in the higher realms ensures that both souls are not simultaneously stuck in a seemingly endless cycle of reincarnation. Before going into too much detail, let's define twin flame exactly. After the souls emerged from divinity, working on the various bloodlines described earlier, they reached the oversoul level. In most cases, the oversoul was divided into 6 pairs of twin flames, which became the 12th individual soul. Your twin flame is another soul that has appeared with you. Does every soul have a twin flame? Not really. There are a small number of souls who have not shared in the usual way, but have retained both polarities within one being. Usually, twin flame pairs will be male and female. However, sometimes they are also male. 53. And the feminine aspects will be shared by the same soul. Also, twin flames can be male, male or female female. In rare cases, there are also triple souls. 3 souls that simultaneously emerged from the supersoul. But 99.9% of the time, you appear as a pair of twin flames, with one member of the pair remaining in the higher realms while the other goes off to explore the lower realms. Sometimes the partner who remains in the higher realms goes down to the next level, level 6, on the causal planes, but most often he or she is at levels 7 to 8. In extremely rare cases, the partner will be at level 9. What determines the level of your double in higher dimensions? This is a difficult question. It has as many answers as there are souls. A few obvious explanations include the following: some twin flames at levels 8 to 9 chose to evolve in a spiral of evolution above home level 7. Others at levels 6 to 7 chose to slow their evolution to levels 8 to 9 because they were dedicated to helping the twin on the earth plane. It is much easier for twin souls to communicate if they are within 2 vibrational levels of each other. Communication is possible if the earth soul is at level 4 and the doppelganger in the higher realms is at level 6. Some twin flames in the higher realms are simply not ready to move beyond levels 6 or 7, especially if they have unresolved problems from past lifetimes when they were incarnated in the lower realms. A significant number of doppelgangers in the higher realms have never incarnated below 6th density. Leah, was at level 5, but never at levels 3 and 4. Some pairs of twin flames switched roles. This means that the doppelganger currently on Earth or another lower density world used to reside in higher dimensions, while the one currently residing in higher realms lived on Earth, or a similar planet. When do twin flames connect? From a nonlinear point of view, they are together all the time. But from the perspective of Earth souls, this is obviously not the case. Most twin flames spend time together between incarnations, during out-of-body experiences, in deep meditation, or in a dream. Sometimes both members will be in the same dimension at the same time, usually level 6 or higher, depending on each soul's subject matter. Eventually, when all souls are sufficiently evolved to go to any level or dimension at will, then you are free to choose whether to spend time with the twin flame or not. For the sake of simplicity, let's say that the minimum requirement for unlimited access to the twin flame is level 6 consciousness. Planet Earth has many built-in restrictions to prevent premature contact with the twin flame. Such conditions are designed to help the soul focus on its life purpose and mission. Even before the incarnation, the soul agrees to the restrictions. Most often, border protection is provided by the parent part of the soul. Essentially, your soul has agreed to keep you out of open contact with the twin flame until you are sufficiently developed to deal with the emotional consequences of the contact. Many relatively undeveloped souls would drop everything and rush for immediate exit from the body if given the chance to communicate with the twin flame in higher realms. At the very least, they would have completely lost interest in continuing the Earth's journey and spent all their time attached to their cosmic counterpart. If less advanced souls are having trouble with Earth lessons, and they usually are, they now have 2 reasons to want to leave Earth. First, they will begin to remember that life on higher planes is free from suffering. Second, they are Vispo. They celebrate the joy of being united with their doppelganger. Then, of course, everything experienced will be more desirable than the constant suffering that seems to accompany earthly life. Since Earth is a free will planet, the primary soul fragment may refuse to comply with the limitations of the current system. In addition, some twin flames miss their Earth counterparts so much that they may insist on a who. 54. Spin on the ground to find your partner. From time to time, Earth souls desperately try to convince a doppelganger in higher dimensions to incarnate on Earth and succeed in their intentions. On the rare occasions when twin flames meet on Earth, the relationship between them is almost always extremely difficult. First, before contact, both partners are already involved in other relationships. Due to the highly emotional nature of the encounter with the twin flame, it will become difficult to do so-called normal things on Earth. Since the parent part of the soul does not welcome the twin flames meeting on Earth, the higher aspects of the self do not organize a meeting or prepare individuals in advance. In this case, the twin flame pairs are left to fend for themselves and receive no help from the soul family members. Of course, the soul family members are very fond of them, but they shake their heads reproachfully, not believing that anything good will come out of such a meeting. Another reason for the rare meetings of twin flames on Earth is that the Oversoul, which contains 6 pairs of twin flames, usually wants to get a variety of life experiences from 6 members incarnated on Earth. Therefore, each of the 6 members will incarnate in different parts of the Earth, under different circumstances. This is why members of the primary soul family rarely meet each other and are even rarer twin flames. Most soulmate relationships on Earth are formed between members of a secondary or extended soul family. Because relationships can be quite intense and beautiful, they are often mistaken for twin flame contacts. It is even more confusing that often twin flame counterparts in higher realms channel through different souls on Earth, and therefore place some of their energy in different earthbound souls. If an Earth twin meets one of these channels, he or she will be able to speak directly to the twin in the higher realms. If the Earth soul is not aware of what is happening, he or she may mistakenly assume that the channel is the doppelganger. If the earthbound soul is sufficiently developed, then the doppelganger in the higher realms can channel through his or her human body. For example, in addition to this channel, I, Leah, work with almost 100 souls on Earth. If he had met one out of 100 souls, and if he hadn't already channeled with me and realized, because of my role as a spiritual guide in higher dimensions, he might have mistakenly believed that he had met me, since other souls, to some extent, contain my energy. Of course, another best way to meet the twin flames would be to talk to him or her through another human being who acts as a channel or means of communication. Although this is done periodically, when it turns out that such communication would be useful for a developing Earth soul, this form of contact with the twin flame is fraught with dangers. If an earthbound soul prematurely meets its twin flame when a doppelganger in the higher realms communicates through another human being, it could provoke the same intense passion that would arise if the doppelganger contacted the Earth soul directly. This would be detrimental to the progress of the Earth soul, for the reasons discussed above. To sum up, if you are not developed enough, remembering your twin flame can be shocking, especially if you have been sleeping for a long time and have had duality dreams. And all because a sudden memory will awaken a longing to be with your twin flame. An irrepressible passion will turn the earthly soul away from earthly obligations. Such a soul will no longer want to live in peace, and will think of nothing but meeting the doppelganger in higher realms. She cries and wails, "I can't wait to get out of this hellhole and connect with my twin flames." And this is not only because the love between them is so strong that he cannot concentrate on earthly matters, but also because along with 55. Strong love often comes from remembering higher dimensions. There is no war, poverty, suffering, and so on. This adds to the lamentations, as most earth souls in contact with the twin flame have evolved enough to be sick of the drama of duality. Please forgive me for repeating this idea, but we want to make sure you understand. What are the dangers of meeting a twin flame? In order for communication with the twin flame to benefit the cause, the earth soul must be sufficiently developed to recognize the attraction of its mission on earth and patiently wait to be reunited with the twin flame in the future. Highly developed souls on the earth will communicate with the twin flames only when it helps their mission to earth. Which is exactly what happens in the case of this channel. I help him when he needs help, but he rarely asks her directly. Instead, he passes on my wisdom for the benefit of others, which he is now doing. The purpose of this channel is to bring heaven to earth. This is also my goal, as well as the goal of my assistants from the Galactic Confederation. We are a group of souls, not a collection of group souls. We have individual names. If he forgets, we remind him of his mission, but we do it delicately. He is aware that he cannot fully accommodate me emotionally, but he allows me to help build earthly relationships. Of course, a doppelganger in the higher realms is not allowed to interfere with free will. The earth soul may require that a doppelganger in the higher realms is not allowed to interfere, especially if it is obvious that interference would harm the growth and development of the earth soul. When the soul evolves to level 5 consciousness, a direct encounter with the doppelganger in higher realms becomes possible if the doppelganger is at the 6th level of consciousness. When souls are separated by 2 or more levels, the process is difficult and usually requires telepathic contact. Therefore, if you have developed to the 5th level, and the twin flame is on the 7th level, and you will begin contact from the telepathic level, either in a dream or in meditation. When you reach level 6, you will have the opportunity to meet face to face, if this will contribute to the most exalted and effective growth of the soul. Thanks to free will, people do not develop in the same way and at the same speed. That would be boring. Some souls will be able to reconnect with their twin flame in this lifetime. Whether or not you can be reunited, the focus of your life must remain the same: growth and development into higher planes of consciousness. If the contact is properly established, the twin flame adds a little more incentive. Should we give up our earthly relationships and wait for our twin flame? Of course not. I would be very sad if this channel lost interest in human relationships, because it is waiting to be reunited with me. In fact, it gives me great joy when he is able to communicate with other souls on earth. In our field, we are not jealous, envious, attached, or obsessive. When one soul, if you love someone else, it increases the amount of love for all of us. We rejoice when you meet your loved ones on earth. We want you to explore all the facets of human relationships and don't want you to get hung up on being with us. Primary soul families. If you belong to 99.9% of the ordinary born souls, you have 5 more souls from the primary soul family residing on earth, and 6 members of the primary soul family in the higher realms. Soul family members in higher realms guide you whether you realize it or not. If you are able to sense the presence of spirit guides, you will notice a huge Difference in the energy experience of soul family members and angelic spirit guides when you interact with them. The members of the primary soul family are perceived as a long-lost family or a distant family with which you were once much closer than with anyone else in this world. If you are aware of their presence, you feel that you are in a close-knit group. 56. No matter what happens in your world, you never feel lonely or sad. You know that there is a group of creatures that are very similar to you. They observe all your relationships in the world kindly, unobtrusively and without encroaching on anything. You even realize that you can communicate periodically, as if telling them what you found on the site. Ground. Not all mental illnesses are what they seem. The voices in your head can be communication between you and the soul family. As you progress, you will more and more often start from the point of view of the looking glass, the frame of reference of the soul family in higher realms. You will become a member of a team that watches the earth from higher planes. You will no longer identify with your earth role in life, as you have integrated the desire to leave the earth plane and return to higher realms. You realize that from now on, your role is to bring higher realms to the earth plane, saturating the earth with the spiritual energy of your soul family and spiritual guides. As already mentioned, members of the primary soul family rarely meet their earth counterparts. All 6 earthlings are scattered all over the world, in different places and in different places. Circumstances. This is how it should be for the supersoul to gain the maximum possible earth experience. However, they may meet by chance, and when they do, the relationship is strained and fraught with problems. Since humanity began incarnating on this planet, only a few thousand members of the primary soul family have been lucky enough to meet each other on the earth plane. If you meet a member of the primary soul family and manage to get through the difficulties described above, you will notice an uncanny similarity. It's like seeing yourself in a different body. Of course, there will be difficulties due to programming and the influence of the social environment. Sometimes they will be so huge that you will not recognize the soul family members in each other. In the coming times on Earth, meetings between members of the primary soul family will become more frequent, especially if 2 or more members have evolved into 5th density. Once a soul reaches a certain level of development, it no longer matters where they are on Earth or with whom. The lessons are learned, and they are free to go wherever they want. Secondary soul families. As already mentioned, the secondary soul family usually includes 144 members. Secondary families. Souls can have the same master oversoul or monad, at the 9th level, or they can share twice and have the same soul at the 8th level. Usually on the ground there are 72 members of the secondary soul family, including you, and 72 members in the higher realms. In some cases, some members of the secondary soul family may reside on other lower density worlds. However, as the Earth is currently undergoing a major transformation, most, if not all, members of the secondary soul family will be on Earth or in the higher realms surrounding the Earth. Unlike members of the primary soul family, secondary souls are often found on the Earth plane. Almost everyone who reads these words has met at least 2 or 3 members of the secondary soul family. Some may be members of a blood family, parents or relatives. 1 or 2 of you may have a romantic relationship, past or present. Also, 1 or 2 will turn out to be your close friends. How do you distinguish them from ordinary soulmates? It depends on your level of awareness. If you choose to study each other deeply, you will realize that you have spent many past lives together, and that they have been with each other many times in higher realms. Although your earthly lives may be very different, you will find that you have a lot in common. You will appear to be an extension of each other, finish your sentences frequently, or just know what each of you is feeling or thinking, even if you don't have telepathy. Some relationships between members of the secondary soul family may be karmic, while others may be creative. These topics will be discussed later. Many are very complex, and some are unusually easy and smooth compared to other relationships. The details of meeting the members of the secondary soul family are usually worked out by the higher self and the members of the primary 57 soul families, as well as twin flames. You can face the most incredible circumstances, great difficulties in developing a relationship, and still stay together in the most miraculous way. You will always feel close to the members of the secondary soul family, even if the relationship is broken or someone leaves the physical world as a result of death. If a family member or friends come to mind as you read these words, you can be sure that they are members of the soul's secondary family. Remember, sometimes members of the secondary soul family have the same oversoul, but always the same monad. This means that you will be drawn to many of the same experiences, you will feel a resonance with the same teachers, and you will be on similar spiritual paths. The best place to meet members of the soul's secondary family, unless they already belong to a blood family or are close friends, is in metaphysical churches, meditation circles, or other spiritual groups that you are naturally drawn to. In the coming times on Earth, we anticipate the formation of many spiritual communities that will consist primarily of members of the secondary soul family. Extended soul families, emerging from the 10th density Christ-like or Buddhic self, as a result of two divisions of the primary monad or, in some cases, 3 divisions of the supersoul. An extended soul family, usually 1,728 members, is formed. There is no doubt that you will meet many such people in your present life. They may be members of a deliberately created community, church, or fraternities. They will be relatives, uncles, aunts, friends of friends, and so on. In some cases, this is a husband or wife, or a close friend. Although the connection is not as deep as with members of the secondary soul family, there will be a sense of kindred spirits on similar spiritual paths or sharing past lives. How do you distinguish an ordinary soulmate from a member of an extended soul family? This may be difficult, but the most significant difference is this. Soulmates are characterized by different tastes and preferences, and members of the extended soul family have a lot in common. Soulmates can complement each other, one's strengths and the other's weaknesses, and vice versa. On the other hand, members of the extended soul family are usually strong and weak in the same areas. A close relationship based on the soul family's bloodline will be more difficult than a complementary relationship due to the fact that both can fall at the same time, and in the case of complementary relationships, the partners usually exchange ups and downs. Kindred spirits often learn lessons at different speeds and in different ways. Unlike members of the extended soul family, who often go through the same experiences at the same time. We'll talk more about soulmates soon. Soul bloodlines. And here is another topic that confuses many people on Earth. Again, the reason is that over millions of years, your whole self, which appeared long ago in a simple sovereign state, has been divided and fragmented many times. The divisions became members of the soul family that you know and love, as well as those that you haven't met yet, at least on the Earth plane. Many of those who separated earlier became your ancestors and received the names of Supersoul and Monad. Direct bloodlines are the souls from which you emerged in the beginning, but there are other bloodlines that emerged when the main soul fragments identified with the great teachers and leaders. Just as your gurus and sages, especially in the Eastern world, have specific bloodlines on Earth, a similar formation exists in the cosmos. Beloved ones, keep in mind that this does not in any way imply superiority or discrimination. Advantages among teachers and students. This is an exclusively Earth-based concept, generated by the ego. On other worlds, your teacher's teacher is no better than your teacher, and so on. One of the well-known bloodlines on Earth is a series of teachers. 58. Who brought Kriya Yoga and other breathing meditations to the planet. This is an indirect lineage that includes Babaji, Lahira Mahasaya, Sri Yudhishwar, and Paramahansa Yogananda. We call it indirect because they are not direct divisions of each other's souls. You also have extraplanetary bloodlines, such as Lord Melchizedek, High Priests of Melchizedek, and Ordinary Priests of Melchizedek. In the higher realms, these great beings of light do not use titles, they are listed solely for your convenience. Direct and indirect bloodlines can be intertwined, meaning that some souls in a particular external teacher bloodline may be members of the same secondary or extended soul family, while others may not. This channel has deeply studied Thoth and Enoch and is a member of both of these bloodlines. Thoth is related to his supersoul, and Enoch is related to the master soul or monad. A bloodline also appears if one or more major soul fragments are linked to a particular lineage of teachers or beings of light. If these beings are truly evolved, loving, and compassionate, the bloodline can be very useful for soul development. As with the earth bloodlines, you may outgrow some relationships with these beings and feel the need to break any contracts or agreements with any teachers within the bloodline. How can you find out your pedigrees? Any teacher or structured group of beings, whether on earth or in space, to whom you feel connected, feel kinship, or consider family, can be your lineage. When will you gain access to the chronicles? Akash, you will learn a lot about your bloodlines. In the meantime, you can ask the teacher or the higher self will reveal it to you. If the main fragments of your soul identify with these bloodlines, you are able to create alternative selves members of these organizations. This channel has an aspect of the self that is a member of the sacred alchemical group Thoth, as well as an aspect of the self that is a member the clergy of Enoch. In addition, there is a lesser aspect associated with the Melchizedek order and being a priest of that order in the present life. In fact, the idea is not far-fetched. In the outside world, you may have an alter ego, second self, involved in a fraternity or group, which for all practical purposes is a person separate from the ordinary mundane aspects. Take Freemasons, for example. Some of your world leaders have one image, or worldly self, that they project into the world, and a secret self that takes part in rituals, whether light or dark, as part of a fraternal group. Membership in such a group does not mean that they consciously know and understand everything about the group. Their egos may be blissfully unaware of the light and dark aspects that exist at other levels of the group. Many light workers on Earth have joined the Melchizedek order without fully understanding the group they belong to. This spiritual lineage has members in more than 1,000 star systems, some of which overlap with the Galactic Confederation, another group of souls from more than 1,000 star systems of which we are a part. As a sovereign soul with many divisions and fragments, you can have selves that belong to multiple organizations. You can be a disciple of Lord Melchizedek, a member of the Galactic Confederation, a participant in the sacred rituals of Thoth, a representative of the order. Metatron, a light worker of the Elohim order, and so on. If you fully understood the breadth of your soul, this would not seem unusual. Your little human self, the part that you are aware of with your conscious mind, is only a part of the human self. A tiny part of who you really are. As you integrate different fragments of the self, you will appreciate, in every moment, your true greatness. Many souls mistakenly believe that they are reincarnations of certain spiritual masters. And while this perception isn't accurate, you can understand why they think that way. A part of the earthbound soul is attached to the master or founder of the bloodline. So essentially they share a part of the unity of all creation. From this point of view, all 59. We are one, have one lineage, the lineage of God. However, from the soul's point of view, identification occurs with the being or beings that the soul focuses on. In other words, a part of the soul merges and mixes its energies with the teacher or founder of the bloodline, and, to some extent, experiences what the teacher or ancestor experiences. Many years ago, this channel experienced the following. He felt like Jesus on the cross, leaving his body and sending love and forgiveness to his persecutors. And it's not just imagination or pretensions to take the place of Jesus. This is a real experience. A part of his soul was projected into the body of Jesus and felt the pain and ecstasy of going beyond the limits of the tortures and tortures that the physical man Jesus suffered at the hands of those he threatened with his teachings. You can project some soul energy into any creature, at any time, for the purpose of sensing what that creature is going through, with the proper permission of the other soul. This can provide huge advantages in understanding the lessons of the soul. It can also have significant harmful effects if you attach to that creature in an unhealthy way. When a soul projects a part of itself into the state of another soul, the part can remain a lost fragment until it is retrieved and returned to the parent part of the soul. Many of you have projected fragments into the souls of your loved ones and mixed parts of yourself with other souls. If you have done this to beings who have long since left the earth plane, perhaps thousands of years ago, you mistakenly believe that you are the reincarnation of these souls. Absolute reincarnation implies that the beings involved in different lives here did not have soul divisions. In a formal sense, you could say the following. 2. To be an absolute reincarnation of someone who has lived on earth before, the parent part, or at least a fragment of the soul associated with earth, must move from the physical body of the departed soul to the new physical body of the incoming soul. You can see how your language makes it difficult to describe the mechanics of soul transference. Here's why. We have devoted an entire section of the next chapter to this topic. To prepare you for the upcoming discussion, let me remind you why. There are so many complexities involved in studying the mechanics of the soul. You have your own self in the 12 dimensions of existence. Then you have all the different divisions and fragments, including the parent part, the largest fragment, or, you might say, the main piece from which fragments are split off. Next, you have all the other souls in creation, with its many selves, divisions, fragments, and all that. In this and the next chapters, we will explore the many different relationships that are possible between souls, given the complexity described above. We recommend reading slowly and learning as much as you can. The material is not easy. Don't be discouraged if some concepts are difficult for you. Many of the ideas presented here will help you integrate your soul. However, if you encounter a topic that doesn't resonate with you, just read it and let it go. If your conscious mind does not grasp some part of the material, be sure that you will understand the next part. Before going on to discuss the variety of unusual relationships that often exist between fragmented souls, let me take a deeper look at the topic of soulmates. Kindred spirits. It is said that souls who feel inclined towards each other, regardless of their position in the hierarchy of soul appearances, are soulmates. There may be kindred spirits as much as you want. This term is used interchangeably with twin flames and members of the soul family, although it is a source of great confusion. We use the most general definition: soulmates are two or more individual souls who feel attracted to each other or feel connected at the soul level. Although they are usually pictured as romantic partners, soulmates can include family members, friends, and even business partners. Perhaps the English word comrade would be more appropriate here than the idea of a monogamous, devoted, or married couple. Think of spiritual friends. 60. Every human being on earth has many soulmates. Other than twin flames and soul family members, these are the people you naturally get attached to and want to spend time with. There are currently more than 7 billion souls living on earth. This suggests that there are thousands of people you might be attracted to. Some have the same astrological configurations with you, others you have met in past lives, and others you have similar interests. The reasons behind the addiction are endless. Diversity. We assume you won't spend a lot of time trying to figure out why you're so attracted to each other, but just enjoy the energy between the two of you. Soulmates can include karmic relationships, complementary couples, or close souls, people with great similarities, but not necessarily part of the same soul family. Such souls can converge in one life if they do not differ much in their evolution, have accumulated a lot of karma, or have made a contract to complete their karma in a future life. Complementary couples may realize the benefits of being together, as they help each other to a friend in a healthy way. This should not be confused with the idea of codependency, the idea of a soulmate. This old idea of how to find satisfaction in relationships was based on the ego's belief in incompleteness and the need to have someone outside of itself in order to satisfy. A true complementary couple naturally helps each other complete their spiritual mission on earth without the emotional attachment and obsession of codependent couples. Knowing that you are part of a complementary couple can help as long as you don't become a partner overly attached to each other. Close souls can also come together for specific reasons. They can often be found in business partnerships and casual friendships. They tend to join forces to work on humanitarian projects or for other reasons aimed at helping to enlighten the planet. They work well together because of their soul-level similarities and usually don't have many unresolved karmic issues that often affect those involved in the deeper soul connection. In other words, because they are less connected than most soul family members, it is easier for them to focus on co-creative projects. All human beings have souls. In Chapter 1, we have already briefly covered this topic. There is no such thing as spiritless entities in human bodies. The human body cannot remain alive without a certain minimum of soul energy implanted in it. Although the amount of soul presence may be minimal, it should be sufficient for the organs to function. Energy, or the energy of the life force, animates the physical body only when soul energy is present. The soul directs conscious energy in and out of the body. Most of it may come from the parent part of the soul in the higher realms, but the spread of this energy will come from the higher realms and enter the human body as a primary fragment. In other words, the parent part of the soul remains in the higher realms and can project only a tiny part of itself into the body. In this case, it may seem that such a creature does not have a soul. The consciousness of some people may be dominated by fragments of the soul of various other souls. If the parent part of the soul is overshadowed by the soul fragments of other souls, it may seem that such a human being has many personalities or is psychologically unstable. Many souls are completely or partially possessed by fragments of other souls. This means that fragments of other souls are so deeply embedded in a particular human being that they dominate the consciousness of the soul's ego/personality. The parent part of such a soul temporarily loses contact with the body to which it was originally assigned. In the next chapter, we will explore how this happens and the different configurations. Contracts and soul contracts. 61. Just as contracts are made between earth souls that have given rise to an entire legal industry, lawyers, judges, legal assistants, consultants, and the like, they are also available at the soul level. The degree of energy tension that accompanies the conclusion of soul contracts determines the ease of compliance and the difficulty of breaking. Contrary to some teachings, there are no lords of karma who impose contracts on souls. We recognize only the keepers of karma, beings who monitor the use of free will and help ensure that the free will of souls is not violated. They are also responsible for the implementation divine dispensations. Of course, there are many spiritual guides who help souls understand the consequences of entering into or breaking soul agreements and contracts. Any contract or soul contract can be broken, although in some cases it is very difficult. The purpose of the soul contract is simple. It's all about the power of numbers. When two or more souls come together, the coherence effect is possible if they focus on creation. Many times, souls make a pact to stay together forever. This stems from a misunderstanding of the nature of the universe, since all souls are already eternally connected to each other. However, because of the belief in separation, souls often go to great lengths to maintain an awareness of connection with each other. If the feelings between souls are strong, they may want to sanctify their union with a ritual and ceremony. Such rituals can survive the death of physical bodies and carry over into later lifetimes as etheric imprints and energy patterns of the causal body. If you have promised another soul to meet in the next life, the promise may or may not be fulfilled. If you are lucky enough to meet in the next life, you may experience a sense of duty or obligation to each other, carried over on the etheric and causal levels. Although there are no penalties for breaking such contracts, souls may feel that if they don't stay together, something bad will happen. This is the power of faith. If something happens that threatens the agreement or contract, fear can lead to confusion, along with feelings of guilt and shame if one of the partners breaks the contract. Why do you want to break your agreement with other souls? Not all souls grow and evolve at the same rate. If you have progressed faster on your path than the person you owe, then that person will pull you back. We see this again and again when we work with this channel and consulting couples. One partner is moving on the spiritual path, the other is stuck in the old pattern and refuses to move. Because of the love they have for each other, the soul moving forward can slow down your spiritual growth to wait for another one. Sometimes this works, but very often a soul that refuses to grow will drag the other soul down until both become unhappy. If she is growing spiritually, she may be offended that he does not appreciate her experiences and does not share her spiritual aspirations. And he's angry that he can't live up to her expectations or understand her strange behavior. Swearing and recrimination ensue, leading to a breakdown in the physical relationship, often accompanied by injuries and pain. Contracts and contracts are energy patterns that are created through mutual cooperation. The consent of two or more souls. If it is not enough to simply state that contracts are effective or, on the contrary, do not work, or even are cancelled, a problem arises. Energetic activity is performed to strengthen agreements, and if they are allowed to go away, forgiveness and release work. The quickest way to break agreements and contracts is through forgiveness and release. It is important to realize that love and compassion do not depend on whether you adhere to agreements and contracts or not. You can love each other deeply, even if you break any agreements. Unlike in the business world on Earth, it is not necessary for both partners to agree to the cancellation of a spiritual contract. If one soul is convinced that an agreement or contract pulls it back on the spiritual path, then even if the other soul does not agree with this statement, if the first soul breaks the contract, karma does not accumulate. However, if the first soul has many unresolved emotional, mental, and other problems with the second soul, then the first soul will have to heal and release the unresolved problems. 62. To paraphrase, in the case of two souls, it often happens that one develops faster than the other. Another. When two souls converge and make a contract, vibrating at the same level, and then diverging in terms of the level of vibration, the soul moving faster may wish to break the contract with the soul falling behind energetically. The reason is obvious: the slow soul pulls the fast soul back and prevents it from spreading its spiritual wings and flying to higher dimensions. When the agreement is broken, karma does not arise until the more advanced soul begins to feel guilt and shame. In this case, these feelings should be healed, released, and integrated. Sending love and compassion to a slow soul is often the best option possible for the more advanced member of the couple. A soul that tends to do more spiritual growth may encourage another soul to reach the same level of inclination, but free will has many twists and turns. A clumsy soul may have a strong external desire for growth and change, but still struggle with internal demons and seemingly insurmountable obstacles. Most souls have lived hundreds, if not thousands, of lifetimes with dozens of highly traumatic ones. Experiments. It is difficult for us in the higher realms, and especially for Earth souls, to fully comprehend all the factors that determine the behavior and experiences of souls. Simply releasing all judgment in connection with the slow soul can serve to resolve the karmic contract. As long as the soul who broke the contract feels resentment and sadness, karmic energy will not be released even if the contract is broken. Secret resentment at the partner for what he or she did not appreciate pulls the soul back on the path. Remember, you can love each other and be one forever, regardless of your chosen external experiences. Some comments about marriage. Marriage on Earth is a contract that falls under the category of karmic agreement. Although some marriages become a habit, a belief, or just a piece of paper with legal sanctions and have little meaning in the cosmic sense, the energy invested in the ceremony and ritual marriages and their accompanying belief systems make a significant contribution to the strength, or weakness, of the contract. Essentially, all contracts and agreements are of an energy nature. Any marriage certificates or ceremonies are just external representations. Energy communication. You can file divorce papers, sign them, and still be energetically married. Conversely, the marriage certificate is still valid, but energetically you are already divorced. Marriages don't always last until death do us part. Sometimes couples retain a strong intention to be together forever. Such an intention can be triggered by the moment the couple meets in a future life. This partly explains why some couples are together in this lifetime and feel that they have been married for many years before they even slept together. We recommend that you align your internal and external interests before engaging in any type of activity. Marriage. This means the following. If you feel a deep, energetic, spiritual connection with each other and have a strong desire to celebrate your union through ritual. Of course, you should first get to know each other on a physical level. Basically, you have an eternity to enjoy each other's company, so don't rush into a legal marriage. Having a deep spiritual connection does not mean that you will be able to live well together, for the reasons we have already discussed. If there is an imbalance between the energy connection and external attributes, then most likely, by getting married, you will earn unwanted karma. From a spiritual point of view, the only reason for marriage is love. If you sign the papers out of conviction, money, insecurity, and loneliness, to please your parents and society, or for some other reason, you are most likely not honoring your spiritual path, and therefore accumulating negative karma. Sooner or later, a marriage of conviction will show negative consequences, either in this or in the following cases. 63. The next life. This is because you are tying each other to identify with the outside world, rather than using relationships to support the spiritual growth of your partners. The purpose of all enlightened relationships is to inspire, enrich, and encourage the growth and development of each partner. Souls can grow in many ways, but sometimes growth is only achieved through relationships. As stated earlier, there may be a period of isolation and loneliness, but sooner or later you will need to enter into a relationship in order to continue your journey. If you are receiving guidance that it is time to enter into a long-term relationship through marriage, it is important to often ask your higher self to send someone who will best contribute to soul growth, happiness, and well-being. While you may have thousands of potential partners, hitting the bullseye isn't always easy. From an earthly point of view, the soul's journey is long and complex, and a few hours of waiting for readiness is not always a long wait in the grand scheme of things. So, in other words, be patient and enjoy your solitude until we meet again. If you are already married, but don't feel that the marriage is made in heaven, you will need to break the contract at some point. Again, ask your higher self to tell you when the time is right. The breakup may occur immediately, but more often than not, you'll have to finish things first. Ask them to show you what needs to be resolved in order to move forward in the highest and best possible way. Regardless of the external form of the relationship, whether you live together, separately or join new partners, you can absolutely love each other. If every time you think about your partner, you have feelings other than unconditional love, you should forgive and release past karmic problems before you start moving forward. In Chapter 4, we will describe the process of forgiveness to help you release and integrate unresolved issues in your relationship. Types of relationships between souls. We are going to look at the different kinds of relationships that non-earth souls usually enter into. You may recognize yourself in some ways, and even more so in more than one description. Karmic relationships. In the previous section, we gave some examples of karmic relationships. For now, let's look at the topic from a slightly different angle. The most typical type of soul relationship on Earth is karmic agreements. The karmic contract between two or more souls includes lessons that each soul wants to learn, but which are best learned while in a particular relationship. Such relationships usually begin with a primary attraction, in a past life, often sexual, and a desire to get to know each other more deeply. Then, since almost no one on Earth not healed, problems arise between souls, and they are not resolved in the physical life. Then the couple, or another configuration of souls, decides to meet in a future life to continue working together on the problems that arose in the first life. It can take several lifetimes to work on root problems between partners. Karmic relationships are not always created between souls who have known each other in past lives. For example, a soul may want to learn love and compassion, after many years spent in darkness, anger, revenge, and so on, and at the first opportunity to attract someone who is well versed in love and compassion. If the soul involved in the relationship is roughly at the same level of vibration as the inviting soul, then it is a karmic relationship. However, if the soul involved in the relationship of love and compassion is acting as the teacher of the first soul, then this is a special form of karmic relationship known as student-teacher or teacher-student, which we'll talk about in a moment. 64. In ordinary karmic relationships, there is a lot of learning and study between the two groups. Two partners, but one soul does not explicitly and not always act as a teacher or student of the other. An example of a karmic relationship is a father and son who may have met enemies on the battlefield in a previous life. Perhaps in a previous life, the one who is now the father killed the one who is now acting as the son, and now the killer has returned as the father to correct an imaginary evil. If you put the soul lesson into words from the perspective of a son, it might sound something like this: you killed me in a previous life, and now it is important to work out the karma accumulated as a result of that act, so in the next life you will be my father, and you will take care of, feed and love me. Dear ones, keep in mind that this is not a tit-for-tat situation. No one puts a gun to your head or demands retribution or atonement for what they did in a previous life. It's just that two, or more, souls have agreed to balance karma by resolving a problem from a previous life. In this case, it is the father's fault, and since he has not yet healed and released it, he needs to resolve his feelings through love for his son. If souls who have entered into karmic relationships believe in tit-for-tat theory, revenge, betrayal, or some other ego-based negative pattern, then they may think that they need to settle accounts for what the other person did in a past life, or correct imaginary evil. Groups of souls and entire countries also fall into the pattern of duality. There has been a war on your planet for many years between Israelis and Palestinians as different religious groups. And until both sides of the conflict realize that tit-for-tat tactics lock them in lower dimensions, that they are tired of children's games, the war will continue until the vibrations of the earth are too high to sustain it. If such souls refuse to let their grievances go, they will reincarnate on another planet created to satisfy the soul's desire to wage war. How do